I'll be taking you through a tour of the Chris Hani Memorial. The Chris Hani Memorial is divided into three components. We have got the Chris Hani Memorial here. We have got a walk of remembrance. And lastly, we have got the wall of remembrance. So in heritage, what we do, there's symbolism. Each and every component in a monument has got its own significance. So I'll be taking you through those significance. So we'll start with the Chris Hani Memorial. So you will all know that this year marks 30 years anniversary of the assassination of Chris Hani. This memorial was officially unveiled in 2014 by the former president, Jacob Zuma. So we'll start. Let's go. I think we can just come around the monument so that I show you each and every component and significance thereof. Let's come around. You can come this side. So I'll be explaining to you each and every component that you see here. First of all, this monument commemorates the life. Chris Hani was born in 1942 and died in 1993, so he was 50 years old. So this also represents each decade. Number two, the cycle stairs encourages interaction, illustrating this word personality, hospitality, and the philosophy of sharing. From the middle podium, let me just stand here so that you can see. This podium, you will see that this a sun-blasted picture of Chris Hani all over, and what it represents is that there is an interaction which also shows that Chris Hani was people's person. So again, we have got the 5 pillars, which is 1, 2, 3, for the 4 pillars. So these 4 pillars, they represent the gladiolus. The gladiolus is a tree which is endemic to Transkei, where it comes from, which is Kofinfa. So again, it symbolizes, if you can see on top, there's got the arrow, which symbolizes the spear. So here, you will see that we've got 5 columns. If you can come closer. So we've got 5 columns as well, which represents freedom, equality, unity, inclusion, and transparency. These pillars are not just there, they've got a specific purpose as well. So there's also a line that moves outwards from the podium. This line represents, the ripple effect that Chris Hani had to millions of people, to poor people as well. So let's move forward. We do have a straight line connects the Chris Hani Memorial and the Wall of Remembrance, as well as the Wall of Remembrance. This solid line, it signifies the connection that the memorial have between the Wall of Memorial and the Wall of Memorial. So the lines as well are not only for deco, they are part of the design, but it represents the hope. It represents the hope and the self-life that Chris Hani has on the life of the people. So these lights are not supposed to be extinguished at any time. They're supposed to be on at all the times. So let's move. So you can see that the Wall of Remembrance, it made us, and it's a cycle. And again, it represents how Chris Hani selflessly contributed to the lives of poor people in South Africa. So as you can see, as we walk here, you will see that the indigenous trees that we have got the national tree, we have got the arrow as well, we have got the benches that you can see to do self-reflection of the life and times of Chris Hani. Let's move. So now we are going to the Wall of Remembrance. The main significance of the Wall of Remembrance is to ensure that we inscribe the names of the fallen heroes. So we're in the process to do that. So I will show you all the symbolism that are contained within the Wall of Remembrance. I think we can move faster. I think this tour will take less than 15 minutes in the interest of time. I think now we are moving to the Wall of Remembrance. We can go slowly so that we don't leave others behind. We can go. I think I should have indicated this before. The monument has been declared as a Grade 1 heritage site, which means that this is a site of national significance. So what does it mean? It means that no one is allowed to alter, to demolish, without acquiring the necessary permit from the relevant authority. In this case, the SARA, or what is called the South African Heritage Resources Authority. So you are not allowed to alter, to demolish anything in this monument because it's a national heritage site. You can move on. So this national heritage site is protected by the National Heritage Act of 1999, Section 34, 35, and 37. So you are not allowed to alter or demolish anything as I've indicated before. So once you want to restore the monument, the only process that you can follow is to make sure that you apply for a permit. And in this case, it's not PRA. In this case, it's SARA, which is the National Institutional Body, which it reports under the Department of Arts and Culture. You can move on. So we are approaching the Wall of Remembrance. In Okuleni, what we have got what we call the Heroes Icon policy. That Heroes Icon policy makes provision to set aside certain portion in each and every cemetery to be declared as a Heroes Icon. So when you see behind the Wall of Remembrance is what we've dedicated the Heroes Icon. We have got the Tandi classes that have been buried there, Maseko and others as well. I think we can move and go up. So what we have at the Wall of Remembrance is the route map of the whole memorial. So that when visitors come here, they know where they are. If you can come on top here, you will see where the grave of Chris Hani is, the walkway, the flower bed, the solid granite line that I've talked about that connects all these memorials into one thing. We've got the benches that I've talked about. Its significance is that you can go around the monument to self-reflection of the monument itself. So you can see that everything that I've been saying here, it has been written here. So what we're doing at the city of Ekurhuleni, what these glass boxes are supposed to be done is that we need to inscribe the names of all the fallen heroes in these boxes. So the process is underway to do that. And what it represents is democracy, inclusivity, and equality. These boxes are not just for deco. They've got this particular significance, they've got a particular meaning attached to it. So the piece of land that I was talking to you about, which is the Heroes Icon, this one. This is where, according to the policy, which is the heritage policy and the Heroes Icon policy, we have designated a certain space to bury our heroes. So you realize that most of you will not do stand passing, you can see the grave there, and other comrades who are lying around it. So this hero icon is part of this monument. So it's not exclusive, it's part of the monument. So I think the tour ends here. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Can we kindly now go back so that we can start our formal program?
mean? Sorry, mommy. What does that mean? The president is not here. You can start. You on. You on. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Is it fine? Good morning. Thank you for everyone that is here. Thank you for coming to be with us on this special day. Before we start with our formal proceedings, we are going to do the wreath laying ceremony. Are we ready for the wreath laying ceremony? We are going to start with Medimpo is going to lead the wreath laying ceremony. Medimpo Hani with Dr. Pitanga Tane, and then they'll be followed by the Office of the Presidency, led by Honorable Minister Zizi Kodwa. Then we'll have the General Secretary of the SACP, Mr. Solima Paila, followed by the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Panyaza Lisufi, Executive Mayor Ngotwana. Then we'll have the Nkobi and the Hani family, and ambassadors after that, before we start our formal program. Are the wreaths ready? Yeah, that's fine. I want this. So that I don't have to, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Long live the spirit of Comrade Chris Hani. Long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Chris Hani. Long live. To the presidency of this country, represented by Minister Zizikoto, Mama Dimpo Hani, Dr. Peter Ngatani and family, members of parliament present, the Premier of Gauteng, all members of the provincial legislature, the executive mayor, Honorable Sivuile Ngotwane, all MMCs and councillors, former executive mayors of the city, Whip of Council, Alderman Jongizizwe Dlabati, the leaders of the SACP, not forgetting our guests from Vietnam, Palestine, Cuba, and Kenya, and the community of Ekurhuleni at large. I'm greatly honored here to welcome you to the city of Ekurhuleni in this historical commemoration of the late Chief of Staff of Umkhonto weSizwe and the armed wing of the African National Congress and the former leader of the South African Communist Party, a true compatriot, a true son of the soil, our black hero, a man of high integrity and selfless character, a true upright man, Comrade Chris Hani. Today, ladies and gentlemen, marks the 30th anniversary of the death of a man who gave us his life for freedom of all of us. A stalwart, Comrade Chris Hani, whose tragic passing shocked all of us and disturbed us at the time. Just like in the month of April in 1993, currently the city of Ekurhuleni finds itself in a very delicate time where we all need to come together and come up with collaborative efforts that will ensure that we see the wishes of Comrade Chris Hani, that will ensure that we provide service delivery to our people, that we reduce the equality gap, and we restore the dignity of our people in Ekurhuleni. I'm now going to request that we sing the national anthem and the anthem of the African Union. We are going to request all males that are wearing caps to take them off. Thank you. We may be seated. I am now going to call Reverend Mapate to come and pray for us.
Before I greet leadership, family, friends, ngicela kuyinyova nosihlalo makhomanisi. On the 10th of April 1993, they thought it will be the end of happiness of the people of South Africa. And we started singing this song. Siaya, 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 no ma, oh siaya, 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 no ma, besitubula. Besibopa, Bespulala, Noma, Besitubula, Besibopa, Bespulala, Noma, Gubi, oh, Siaya, Noma, Gubi, oh, Siaya, no, thank you. Amandla, Matla. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Chris Hani. Long live. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Chris Hani. Long live. Masilunge ntoza makomanisi masilunge. Angithi bengicala ngomzabalazo, starting umzabalazo. Now I'm coming to the Almighty God. When we pray, we say, for thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory. Before I greet anyone, the choir. she requested that Auntie Jeso onampona hakelela jwalo ampitsa a re tlogonna o fole matswalo. Auntie Jeso onampona hakelela jwalo ampitsa na for le matza. Thank you, and this shall pass. And at this moment we'll be celebrating. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Babisizi kodwa Tate Panyaza Lesufi Tate Mapaila. It's still difficult to say to Tate Nzima there no slalo. My mind still say no palo nengoto. The newly from the box, the executive mayor Fukurulen, thank you very much. You know, to maintain the legacy of Chris Hani is very important. Let me come to my organization, my DSG, thank you very much. Menomvula. Oh, as abasebenzi, President Cosatu, Mama Mehwe, the Hani's family, oh, the comrades and the allies, Vietnamese people, Palestine. Allah, Allah, Vietnam, Allah, Allah. Allah, Allah, Palestine, Allah, Allah. Allah, Allah, Cuban forces, Allah, Allah. These are the people who are on our side, and we cannot neglect their presence. Mama Nomvula, Dotatu Kotwa, may you go and pass a good message to the President and the entire leadership for the wonderful Good Friday service which you send a high powerful delegation to our church, not only to our church, but throughout South African churches. And I was happy. The only thing that they requested, we have come here to ask for prayers. And thank you very much. All political parties, the role that we have played, don't come to us when it's time to elections. And thank very much for coming so early and say, thank you, Mema Nomvula. God bless you. All the MMCs, members of the political parties present, the scripture said today, dedicated to the late comrade Chris Hani. You can go and read that at your right place. Deuteronomy 28, verse 13 only. It reads thus: and the Lord will make you the head and not the tail. You shall be above only and not be beneath, if you heed the commandments of this Lord your God, which I command you today, and I carefully to observe them. He has been a leader because he was taking the commandments. And we are saying today, we can't say may his soul rest in peace. We say may his soul keep on living amongst us. Yesterday we were saying, I know my Redeemer, you are alive. Even if my body is in tatters, yes, my Lord, I'll see with my own naked eyes. Wow. Wangitatalana, wangitatala, wangibegale, uche sunobube, Let us pray. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the Almighty God, here we are today to remember one of us, to remember a leader, to remember a man who fought with pride and dignity for the liberation of this country. Madiai hatsulwela lifelas mukamedi ya renang. Igazi lakhe liwile satholi inkululeko baba. We are inviting your presence. Here is our leadership in front of us. Give them strength, give them powers to lead us, to maintain the legacy that O.R. Tambo, Mandela, John Langalebale Dube, Christian fought for. Libitson Leletle, Labo Mewini Mandela, Dorothy Nyembe. We are saying thank you very much. We'll keep on soldiering on. Kalibitso Leletle, La Ronala, Jesu Christe, Mrenawarona, Amen. Arata khotso makomanesi, arata khotso makomanesi, ay makomanesi, 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 makomane, alavanchumo makomanesi, alavanchumo makomanesi. I'm a
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We are now going to have a musical item by the EMPD choir. Thank you.
Chris Hani.
Thank you very much. Premier. Thank you, let's settle down. Premier, I don't think we've seen that smile in a very long time. I think the people of Ekurhuleni are very happy today. We are ecstatic at the development in the city of Ekurhuleni. I think happiness is back. We are once more the happy people. And in that, I'm going to have an opening and welcome to be done by the mayor of the people. We are going to call Executive Mayor, Councillor Sivuyile Ngotwana. Thank you. Let's welcome the mayor.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Me, Dimpo and the Hani family, Minister of Arts and Culture, Honorable Zizikodwa, and all other ministers present, the Premier of Gauteng, Honorable Panyaza Lesofi, and all members of the Gauteng legislature, the Speaker of Council, Ntabiseng Shivenga, Chief Whip of Council, Alderman Chungizizwe Hlabati, MMCs present and councillors present from the city of Ekurhuleni, leaders of Tripartite Alliance, Cosatu, SACP, the former executive mayors, distinguished guests from various countries, ambassador from Cuba, ambassador from China, Palestine, Vietnam, members of the media, residents of Ekurhuleni, good morning. It is with a deep sense of humility and honor that I stand before you today as Ekurhuleni Mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni to deliver this welcome address on the occasion of the 30th year anniversary of the assassination of our beloved comrade, a hero, Chris Hani. 30 years ago, our nation suffered a tremendous loss when Chris Hani, a true champion of freedom and justice, was brutally taken from us. His assassination sent shockwave throughout the country and the world, reminding us of great sacrifice that our struggle hero made for our collective liberation. Today, as we gather to commemorate this solemn occasion, we are not only remember the life and legacy of Chris Hani, but also pay tribute to all those who fought and continue to fight for a better and more equitable South Africa. In the spirit of Chris Hani's legacy, our seat has made great strides in the past 3 decades. We have worked tirelessly to create a society that is inclusive, united, and prosperous, one that Chris Hani will be proud of. However, our work is far from over. We must continue to strive for a social justice, equality, and human dignity for all. Program Director, Chris Hani was a fearless leader who dedicated his life to the struggle for the emancipation of our people. As the former Chief of Staff of Umkhonto Wesizwe, the armed wing of the African National Congress, a leader of the South African Communist Party, he played a crucial role in the fight against apartheid. His unwavering commitment to the cause of freedom made him a symbol of hope and resilience for millions of South Africans, including young version of myself. As we reflect on his life and the value he stood, we are reminded of the importance of unity, solidarity, and compassion in the face of adversity. Chris Hani believed in the power of the people, and he worked tirelessly to mobilize and inspire others to join the struggle for the free and democratic South Africa. Such a unity of purpose must find expression in our politics today. We must unite as progressive African formation to advance the struggle of the marginalized majority of Black South Africans. We must be able to put our egos aside and ask ourselves how we can create a better life for our people. We must ask, how can we influence legislation and policy to return land and minerals wealthy of our nation back in the hands of its rightful owners? Our division as African parties only benefit the oppressors and not our people. We must find one another and continue Chris Hani's legacy together. Comrades and compatriots, today our country faces new challenges that require the same spirit of resilience and determination that defines Chris Hani's life. As we confront issues such as poverty, inequality, corruption, and unemployment, we must remember the lesson of the past and remain steadfast in our pursuit of social justice and economic transformation. Our city, Ekurhuleni, is a testament to the progress we have made as a nation since Chris Hani's passing. We have seen significant advancement in education, healthcare infrastructure, as well as the creation of new opportunities for youth. We have defined ourselves as the first electropolis city on the African continent, a center of excellence for manufacturing, logistics, and tourism. As we look to the future, we will continue to push for the establishment of a University of Science and Technology in our beautiful city. As we all know, Chris Hani had passion of academics. We will honor him in this manner. We must not rest in our laurels. We must continue to work together to address the persistent inequality that still plague our communities and ensure that the promise of a better life for all becomes a reality for every resident in our great city. Ladies and gentlemen, on this historic day, let us also remember the responsibilities that we bear as citizens of South Africa. We are the custodian of the legacy of Chris Hani and countless other heroes who fought for our freedom. It is up to us to ensure that Their sacrifices were not in vain, and we continue to work towards a just and equitable society for all. As we mark this 30th anniversary, let us reaffirm our commitment to the ideas that Chris Hani lived and died for: freedom, justice, and inequality. Sorry. Let us stand united in effort to build better South Africa, that is truly reflective of the aspiration of all people. In closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has joined us today to honor the life and the legacy of Chris Hani. Your presence here is a powerful testament to the enduring impact to his leadership and the value he embodied. Together, let us carry forward the torch of freedom and continue the struggle for more equitable society. We must reaffirm our commitment to realize the dream of a united, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Before we call the Premier, I want to remark that as the new government and the custodians of the legacy in the city of Ekurhuleni, it is our greatest task to restore service delivery and the dignity of our people, Executive Mayor. And I wish to quote Comrade Chris Hani when he said, I open quote, "What we need in South Africa is for egos to be suppressed in favor of peace. We need to create a new breed of South Africans who love their country and love everybody, irrespective of their color." I close quote. In that, I'm going to call you the Premier of Peace to come and give us your remarks. Thank you.
Amandla. I was saying to Comrade Mapaila, I was saying this to me, but when we were singing that song, we're saying, Lama puna manja kasancancazela yadelela actually.
Amen.
And we'll match them pound to pound. We are not apologetic about it. Thank you so much, Program Director, Speaker of Council, Councillor Ntavise Chivenga, the Hani family, represented here, Dimpo Hani, the leadership of government, represented here by the Minister of Sports, Art and Culture, Ntadezi Zikota, ministers present and deputy ministers and members of the National Assembly, the Speaker of the Gauteng Legislature and the MECs present together with members of the Provincial Legislature, the leadership of the municipality, represented here by the Executive Mayor, Ngodwana, Councillor Ngodwana, and members of the Mayoral Committee that are present here, our Alliance leadership, the ANC represented here by our DSG, Cosatu represented by their President, the SACP represented by the General Secretary, all political formations that are present here, especially those political formations in the city of Ekurhuleni, the AIC, the IFP, the EFF, ATM, and other movements that are serving in the council, the leadership of the church and all church leaders that are present here, members of the International Diplomatic Corps, representing various institutions, government and political formations, Vietnam, Cuba, Palestine, China, and Kenya, the leadership of various religious, social, and political formations that are here, comrades and friends. It was exactly 30 years ago when Chris Hani was brutally murdered. Early this year, Comrade Chris Hani was murdered again when an unrepented murderer, Janusz Waluś, was set free. On the same day, Comrade Chris Hani murderer was set to be released. This particular place that we are gathered here today was vandalized, thus killing Chris Hani for the third time. We are here to declare, as we do, as long as all of us gathered here are still alive, Chris Hani will never die. Chris Hani lived and died for socialism. Comrade Chris Hani lived and died for non-racialism. Comrade Chris Hani lived and died for the upliftment of the poor and the unemployed. Comrade Chris Hani lived and died for the education and development of young people in our country. He lived and died for the working class. In this municipality, 16 months ago, we had a new government that took over and disrespected the poor and the working class. In this municipality, 16 months ago, a new regime took over, and part of its immediate and first task was to stop the provision of free basic water and electricity to the poor. Within 16 months of taking over, the regime in this municipality stopped 100 million bursary that was meant to educate our children, and they stopped it, thus leaving hundreds of our children without education. In the first 16 months of this regime in this municipality, this regime stopped the building of a new university in this region. This new regime left our townships and communities dirty and uncollected waste. This regime left our roads in a worse condition. We are proud that we are coming to the gravesite of Comrade Chris Hani to declare that this regime has been removed from power. The irony is that it is the same regime that planned today's activities before they were removed last week. But to us, it's not an irony. It's a clear statement. You can't love Chris Hani and hate our people. You can't love Chris Hani and hate the weak and the vulnerable. You can't love Chris Hani and not care for the young people. And you can't love Chris Hani but hate non-racialism. As we start the process to establish a new democratic government in Ekurhuleni, we remain resolute and clear. The minority can't rule over the majority. And when we establish a new government in this particular region, it must be a government that is based on the will of our people. There will be no government that must disrespect any component of its partners, and there must be no government that feels it's got a legitimate rule to rule over us without clear consensus and support. We remain committed to work together at all times. We remain committed to ensure that there's a prosperous government in this region. We remain committed to ensure that in whatever that we do, let the people govern and the people know that they are represented well. We'll take our space and our room when a new government is formed by Wednesday in this particular region, but we want to assure our people this is a government that is based on the will of the poor, not a government that is based on those that think they can loot this government. We want to make it clear in whatever that we are going to do to establish a new government in this particular region. It's a government that must care, it's a government that must love, but most importantly, it's a government that must service our people. To the Hani family, to the Communist Party, and our alliance partners, Janusz Waluś will know no peace until he visits his own grave. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm now. Thank you. Thank you. Before we call Umama Wetu, I would like to quote that Kwame Nkrumah says to us that we must unite now or perish. So, Mama, I'm going to ask you to come forward. Mama Hani is a symbol of strength, is our mother. We're going to ask her for atle mopele ato bua le rona.
nationalism.
Good afternoon, comrades, diplomatic corps, friends. I'm not very familiar with protocol, that's why the ANC has never decided to make me a diplomat. So for that reason, I hope without offending anybody, I'm not going to mention you by name. But I know it's very important, especially for the young people, to know people who are here, especially leaders of our different political parties. Master of Ceremonies, OCD, the Mayor, General Secretary of the SACP, led by Comrade Mapaila and your delegation, Deputy SG, Comrade Nomvula of the ANC, in case they think you are AAC, and your delegation, President Janusz Waluś, your delegation, municipality, MMCs, staff members, diplomatic corps, from the embassy. I know the chairman has mentioned this, but I'll repeat myself because it means their presence here means a lot to all of us. These countries are our friends as South Africa, not as political parties, guys. Remember EFF, you are nothing but children of the ANC. So you fall in that group. We have the ambassador of Vietnam, the ambassador of China, our comrades, the ambassador of Palestine, the ambassador of Cuba, the High Commissioner, Delegate First Chancellor, Mr. Magoha. You are welcome and we appreciate your presence. There's something that happened today. I don't know whether Chris Hani's spirit is among us. For many years, I've never seen us as South Africans united like this. All of us as South Africans, especially the black people, okay, whites also, we have a lot of work. Chris, one of the things he fought for is land. Comrade Deputy SG, you have a responsibility. You need to work with all political parties to make sure that our people get land. Chris got involved in the struggle because of land. So it is important, all political parties here, we have the same goal. The only difference between the ANC and other opposition parties is how we decide to reach our goal. Our goal is one, but we have got different methods of reaching it. So the sooner all of us, as black people, as South Africans, we need to unite for a common cause. If we don't do it ourselves, I bet my last cent you'll be ruled by DA. I don't know if you want that. Master of Ceremonies. I was in one of the shops, I won't mention the name because it means I'll be promoting it. I was approached by a young person, I don't want to call him a boy, but a young gentleman. And then he says he wants to speak to me. And I said to him, I'm rushing. He says, Mom, just 1 minute. Then he started asking me about Chris. I said, it's going to take me a long time. And you are employed. And he says, and I'm a temp. I said, then if I stand here and start talking about Chris, it's going to take us a long time. But this young man asked me a very important question. He wanted to know the background of what happened after the assassination of Chris. Then I took a deep breath, made a silent prayer, and said to myself, dear Lord, please give me patience. And I said to this boy, I'm going to tell you something which I've never shared with South Africans. I think most of you, the majority of you are under 30, that means you're not born. The others, when Chris died, were in their early 20s. But it's not your fault. Okay, I want to explain to South Africans, I want you to take you back so that you can understand that I am not mad, the SACP is not mad, okay, when it comes to Chris assassination. Chris gets assassinated, it was during apartheid days. And Comrade Matthew Posa was deployed in that committee of investigators. A discovery was made that there was the second person in my neighbor's garden. What they found in that garden was an empty tin of Fanta and a cigarette butt, what we call stompy. Okay? These things were collected, but the apartheid government consciously decided not to follow up that. They made us focus on Waluś, the assassin. Now, if you go to that house and you look at the garage door, the garage is standing like this. You can tell somebody shot from an angle because the bullet hole is at the end of the left side. I'm giving you this background so that you can understand my anger, and I'm not going to apologize. Then we had TRC, which in my view was a waste of taxpayers' money. Decisions were made and given to government. They were never implemented to date. The same TRC, I was told by one of the investigating officers that they are following the second leak, the one with a Fanta drink. But now they have been told there is not enough budget. Okay, so that's the background of where my anger starts. That I think I have not been treated fairly. I know I'm not the only one who has lost a loved one. There are millions of us. And I must consider myself lucky that at least I know who pulled the trigger. Most families have no clue. I'll go back to my written speech. For the first time, I've decided to write a speech because there's quite a lot I want to cover as ANC member, a disciplined cadre of the ANC. There is a perception in our country that judges cannot be criticized. I want to preface my next remarks with quoting the Chief Justice Mogoeng when he says, open quote, "Judges, like all others, should be susceptible to constructive criticism," close quotes. Justice Gampepe, in a judgment, commented that, open quote, "For a constitutional democracy like ours, courts must expect and accept to be criticized," close quote. Retired Judge Kathy Satchwell, on this subject in 2019, she said, I open quote, "The judiciary is criticized. There is nothing wrong with this." She continues to say, "We are all subject to scrutiny. It is why we write judgments so that they can be scrutinized. So you have been misled. We have the right to criticize judges." Of course, these judges emphasize that criticism should be based on fair analysis and should not be such that breaks the institution. Victims of crime are often blamed and re-traumatized by our courts. I have first-hand experience. We sat in a court. Okay, before I tell you that, we're in court in Pretoria. There was a young Buremesi who happened to be a judge. And it was my first experience of being abused in a South African court by a judge. This is the remark she made. Comrade Soli were there, and other leaders of the SACP. This young Buremesi says, "It's 24 years, move on." Okay. Now, I turned back to Comrade Soli. I said, "I'm going to answer this woman." Comrade Soli says, "You can't do it in court." I says, "Why?" She's just talked rubbish. So Comrade Soli says, "No, you can't do it." I said, "Okay, I'll deal with her outside." That was the first experience, my first experience of being abused by a judge in a court of law, and she knew I was not going to answer in her court. And as I was whispering to Comrade Soli, this Buremesi says, "If you talk in my court, I'll kick you out." So I decided to keep quiet. So victims of crimes are often blamed and re-traumatized by our courts. I have first-hand experience. We sat in court and were blamed and shamed. This is in the Constitutional Court. I'm told, Comrade Soli says it was last year, I thought it was this year. Responding to a supposed to be sorry letter from my husband's killer. The judge is pertinent that this letter that I never received should have been responded to positively by me. Dear South Africans, dear comrades, I have never, ever received a letter from Waluś, neither from the Chief Justice. So I don't know what letter they were talking about. However, the judgment or the reason that Waluś was given parole was because Chief Justice Zondo felt I didn't answer the bus letter. Remember, Waluś is white, so I'm black woman, no husband, so I can be bullied. And then my sin was I did not respond to Waluś's letter that I never received. I hope maybe some of you might have received the letter. If you did, will you please pass me a copy? Then I can respond to that famous letter. According to the court, this killer was certainly a nice fellow who is owed a privilege of being released early, much early, from his life sentence. I want to go back to when they were sentenced. I'm sorry to do this to you, but for the sake of the young people, you need to know your history or where you come from. The apartheid government were in a hurry to have the court case of Chris. I think it was done within a very short space of time. They found the two guys guilty and they were sentenced to death. Okay. And my beautiful ANC government, democratic as they were, they decided to banish life. They were sentenced to hang. And my ANC party decided they're banning the hanging and decided to send them to life sentence. I understand the reasons. The reasons were during apartheid, our people, every second black person who appeared in court because of political beliefs was sentenced to death. So I understand where the ANC was coming from. However, it worked to my disadvantage. Ne? I still say what is diabolical is diabolical. We live in pain and we are re-traumatized by a democratic court system, which seems too preoccupied with demanding that Africans in particular perpetually give of themselves over and over and over again, all the while being oppressed and treated disdainfully. We live in perpetual trauma. Our post-trauma is current trauma, and judges are supposed to care. As for this killer, a freed man now, Chris Hani's killing will never be forgiven. We strongly hold a view that this killer will kill again. He was released to freedom in secret to benefit him. I know you all went there to prison. You never saw him being released. Cho-cho-cho. He may even be living close to the cemetery. We'll not know. Does he follow me to the shops? Does he watch me and my children movements? I ask myself, who will kill again? Who among us is going to be a victim? Let me tell you guys, these people haven't started. They started with Chris. They are going to continue. I'm not making you paranoid, but it's a fact. So watch out, ne? The last to be released from prison was released in the still of the night in secret under protection by my democratic government. As it is, this killer may even be plotting to profit off Chris's killings, be it books, films, whatever. Our system enabled this criminal to continue with life as though he did not take my husband from me, as though he did not take your comrade from you. I'm not sure that is true that criminals are owed the privilege of parole outside the victim's impact statement. Surely, our trauma and loss should also have a constitutional validity, and emphasis. It is a choice or could be made to ignore us and focus on the killer's privilege. Surely, Chris's life should also be worth something to our courts and the law. The killer is free, and the opportunity for full truth on the white conspiracy of Chris Hani's assassination is now buried and lost completely. Few years ago, while the assassin of my husband was still in prison, the SACP and myself, the SACP led by Comrade Blade, Comrade Soli, and the leadership of the SACP, we made a request to Mr. V.C. Pikoli, who was the head of the NPA. We asked for a very simple thing. We asked him to reopen the case. The following was his response. I might not be able to quote him verbatim because he responded to us through the press. But this is the response. Mr. Pikoli said, "Bring me new evidence and I'll reopen the case." To say his response shocked me is an understatement. Dear South Africans, I'm not a police officer. Neither, the last time I checked, the policemen in the SACP. They're just ordinary South Africans. We are not trained as police. But there was Mr. Pikoli, who demanded that we give him evidence. Really? Is that how you treat us? Now let me give you the background of Mr. Pikoli. Mr. Pikoli was in Lesotho. He knew Chris. They worked together as ANC members, though he was a student. But his response took me aback. It was like Fairfoot is talking to me. That go to hell. You either bring evidence or I'm not opening the case. To me, Mr. Pikoli's answer, to be honest, I felt it was an insult to my husband's brutal assassination and to his family. To him, that's Mr. Pikoli, my husband's assassination and his family was part of the Boere apartheid statistics, where our people were being killed by apartheid police. And he had no sympathy. He did not care. The arm of the state freed my husband's killer. The man who pulled the trigger, even though he openly refused to disavow his hateful ideology, which initially motivated him to plot to kill my husband and others. Now, are we safe? Justice Zondo did not care. Our hearts are broken. This time our hearts are broken because those who are in power decided that our loss meant too little. They told us and demanded of our family to forgive, and told us that the killer of our dreams and aspirations as a family had more rights than us. An organ of state. Remember the 3 spheres of government? You all know, I don't have to teach you. An organ of state decided and defined Chris Hani's death as meaningless matter we all must just get over. Of course, I do not accept that, and I will not. I want to assure our religious leaders that we are not a vengeful people. We are brought up to know that vengeance is God's. Such will happen in its time. It is this knowledge that you are not a vengeful people that is allowing some to abuse us and demand of us to keep reconciling and subordinating our rights. The bullet that killed Chris killed O.R. Tambo. Nomvola, you were there, and you're crying like a baby. The bullet that killed Chris killed O.R. Tambo. That same bullet killed my daughter, and I buried them. To hear from Judge Zondo that Tambo is standing in his grave. Zondo does not know Tambo. We know Tambo. He's our leader. He's not Zondo's leader. He can't talk for Tambo. We can talk for Tambo as ANC members, but not Zondo. Tambo turned on his grave the day Zondo released Chris Hani's killer. A chief justice is not a chief induna or chief whatever, I don't know. I've heard of chief indunas, chief Mabalani, they both apply. A chief justice is not chief Mabalani, neither is he chief induna of all spheres of government. There are 3 spheres of government. So my personal view is that Zondo thinks chief induna or justice, abe government, abe parliament. Really, what happened to 3 spheres of government? I want to leave it there. It's a homework. When one arm says we know this or that to be a fact, a court cannot second guess that and doubt it for no reason. Defer, observe separation of powers. The O.R. Tambo I knew would tell you the same. To say the ANC is broadly corrupt is legally unfounded. This is what Chief Justice Zondo said when he was in Fort Hare, I think. He said ANC is corrupt. The ANC has got so many members. We are all individuals in the ANC. And most of us, many of us are not corrupt. I'm ANC. Zondo's statement is disingenuous and untrue. What is said, he is using Tambo's name to justify insults to the ANC, and I take an exception. Zondo can't just brush us, paint us with the same brush. We are not twins, even twins don't think alike. That broad brush statement is unfair, as the ANC has never been adjudicated by a court of law to be a corrupt organization. Such labeling was used by the apartheid government for propaganda purposes. That is where we come from. We know these tactics very well. It is not judicious. Mr. Zondo cannot on one hand swear in individuals as ministers and deputy ministers. On the other hand, he says these people are corrupt. This amounts to dishonesty and challenges the integrity of the judiciary. Why we do swear in people that you say are corrupt? There's something wrong with him. The parole was unfair and unwarranted. All we are demanding is that the crimes against our families be fully repaid and that you are made to be safe and we are made to feel safe. Whether it is Min June or Mrs. Beristian Kemp, parents of River, whether it is Kennedy's family in America or the Rabin family in Israel. We do not deserve to be made to feel ashamed, intimidated, or blackmailed to betray our deceased loved ones for the sake of looks or being politically correct. The Sales of Meyer case should concern all of us as South Africans. And I think as South Africans, we have stopped being activists. It's over 5 years. This young man was murdered. Like I say, I'm one of the few lucky ones I know who pulled the trigger. But the Meyer family have no idea. How do you expect this family to have closure? Nomvula, I have lost a child, and many of us here have lost children. But at least we know how they died. What about the Meyer family? What happened to Ubuntu? And you are all sitting having fun. Nobody's raising it up, neither in parliament, legislator, municipalities. It's high time you are counted. You represent the people. You should ask for justice for Meyer's family. Her dad passed on. Her father passed on. Her mother is still alive, but in pain. I ask all the politicians here, I don't say you should do it. But I think you should approach the right government departments to say, why is this taking so long? That family needs closure. Chris was shot 30 years ago because there's still that second person. I don't have closure. That's why I'm wearing black today. I'm still mourning. Until such time, the truth comes out, I'll be mourning for life. Safendas died in prison, hospital, not somewhere free. This is the man for you young people. Safendas killed Fairfoot in parliament. He was never released. He died in hospital. But because we are so understanding as a democratic government, we release all the killers. Our loved ones are gone. It is not an event to us, but a lifetime of hell on earth, particularly when the murder was brutal. Those who released my husband killers are today awarded honorary degrees because they have once again tormented and double murdered Chris. But let me tell you, I was watching TV that day when I saw the Chief Justice getting the honorary doctorate, I don't know, whatever it was. What made me laugh? I live alone. I laughed until tears were all over my face. Guess why? Because that university has no reputation. Show me your friends, I'll tell you who you are. That's how you got that doctorate. We are not going to apologize for demanding that courts adhere to imposed sentences and protect us. We are not going to accept to be made feel guilty for demanding that. In this, I know I speak for all surviving widows, rape survivors, and other victims of crime, including political crime. Comrades, let's stop killing each other for positions. We can't all be premiers. There can only be one premier at a given time. There can only be one mayor at a given time. Let's not kill each other. Let me tell you how you achieve those positions. Respect is earned. You don't demand it. If we work with the communities, deliver services, they will vote for you. You don't have to kill anybody. Now, comrades are sitting somewhere in shebeens. I used to drink, so I know what I'm talking about, okay? They sit somewhere in shebeens. They're drinking the most alcohol, liquor. They don't talk to the communities. They don't know the problems of the communities. As soon as elections are around the corner, they start kissing babies. Okay? Though, let me tell you, comrade, I'm on the ground. I'm an ordinary citizen of this country. Comrade Minister, I can tell you what's happening on the ground. South Africans are more political than we think they are. They have passed that stage. Please listen, because you are acting president for 2 hours, so you need to concentrate. You need to concentrate. Comrade, acting president for 2 hours. Let me tell you, Comrade Minister, it is difficult on the ground. There are families who go to bed for weeks without a single meal. There are families where in all those families, nobody is employed. I know for a fact it's not the responsibility of government to give people jobs, but it is the responsibility, Comrade Acting President, that you create an environment as government to create jobs. We also have a challenge of the young people with university degrees, technical degrees, and those who couldn't continue their studies because they have to look after Bomakulu, who are old. So they can't continue their education, they have to get jobs. And what jobs do they get? They came to what they call, like that company that I don't want to mention names because I don't want to promote it. They kicked out the workers for demanding more salaries. And they have terms, young, small children. Now, you can imagine how much those terms are getting. How much do they get? Plus Gogos, 335, if I'm correct. Now, I'll share something with you, Comrade President. Acting, but for 2 hours, ne? I went to a shop. I love my pap. So because I live alone, I normally buy 2.5 kg. I won't promote this shop, but it's a popular supermarket for all of us. The price of 2.5 of millimil was 40 rand. I thought I was dreaming. Kia papa generally nje. So I asked for the manager. So one of the workers says, no, I can call you the floor manager. I said, I didn't ask for the floor manager. I want the manager of the shop. This guy came to me, says, how can I help you? I said, 2.5 of millimil is 40 rand. Is it a mistake? He looks at me. He says, it's not a mistake. Comrade Panyaza, our families, you know, as black families, we have extended families. Now take a family of 5. With that 2.5 of millimil at 40 rand, we use millimil for breakfast, we use millimil for lunch, we use millimil for supper. How long does it last? I know I don't want to be hard on you, on the deployees. Comrade Blade, you are one of the deployees, Comrade Tulas at the corner, and many of you. So I'll be a bit softer. I'm aware that the country had a serious challenge of COVID. As a result, it delayed lots of things to happen. However, that time of making promises to us is over. No more promises. We want delivery, and delivery now. We have our in 94. I was part of telling our people that they'll get free housing, free education, free medical health, free. At that time, looking back, we did not know that there's something called budget. Okay? But the mistake we made, we did not go back to our people and say, we made these promises. Remember, we are all new in government, in parliament, everywhere where we are deployed. The mistake we did not go back to our people to say, we know we made promises, but there's something called a budget. Another thing that I would request from my politicians, right across the board, you are all South Africans, and we need change in this country. Stop lying to people. Don't promise people things that you cannot do. Another thing, municipalities have a tendency of coming up with what I call vein project. You go to an area where people need a clinic and you decide to build a road. Don't do that. Talk to communities to find out what their priorities are. Don't just second guess them. Okay, that's the way to treat our own people. Then we'll have a working country. Okay, I went off my script. There are quite a lot of reasons why Chris joined the struggle for democracy. Chris, my husband, hated racism, and he hated an unfair social economic system the most. We still live in an unfair social economic system 29 years after democracy. His attraction to the SACP was because there he could work with white, Indian, colored comrades as an equal. This was before the ANC was opened to all races. I hope you are listening, don't misquote me. Chris Hani had no racist bone in him. Chris Hani wanted the poor to enjoy the fruits and resources of their own land in peace and equality with those who are rich and powerful. To the masses of our people and all, I need not talk about how much Chris loved you. His life was about the love he had for his people, all his people. Chris wanted a peaceful South Africa, a South Africa where freedom is experienced fully by all and not infringed upon by either a violent autocratic government or a government filled with corrupt thieves. When Chris Hani, we already with a university degree, chose not to attend universities while in exile, and most comrades did. They left the ANC and went to study. And I must say you were silly not to have done that, looking back. I'll explain to you one day, not today. Otherwise, I'll take too much time. He dedicated himself to the physical struggle for freedom. It was because his heart was broken when events like Sharpeville massacre occurred, and many other such massacres would occur during his life. These were mass murderers of poor people who were unarmed, the school children of 76, and many others. Many of those children in their thousands crossed to Lesotho, Swaziland, Mozambique. Chris and other people took care of them until they were men and women. What Chris believed in was that a government with a popular mandate would not need heavily armed security confronting the unarmed masses of our people. Today we are confronted by a very sharp question. Has our original social contract, the social compact that formed the deal between the government and the government broken? When a popular mandate is weakening, Chris foresaw, and I quote, "What I fear is that the liberators emerge as elitists who drive around in Mercedes-Benzes and use the resources of the country to live in palaces and to gather riches." This he said, close quote, he said on the 29th of October before 92. It is also true that we need the renewal of a popular social contract. We must confront that has led into the mass democratic movement nest. As we answer the question of social contract, we must renew the movement based on truth, not echo chamber spin. Okay, let's stop spinning, guys. It's not worth it. We are smarter than in 94. We can tell, Comrade President, for 2 hours, when you spin. Don't spin. Just give us the truth, raw as it is. As South Africans, we are the most understanding nation. If you were to come to us and say, look here, South Africans, you will not have electricity for 4 years, we'll say, thank you. We'll make plans of how to have lights. But don't tell us that next year comes, no electricity, then something happens. Give us the truth as it is. We can deal with the truth. And remember, we voted for you because we trust you. So don't betray our trust. Give us the truth raw as it is. We deserve it. Lately, I have noticed that in our movement, there is intolerance of different views. Comrades who hold different views are insulted and called names like enemies of the struggle, spies, reactionaries, counter-revolutionary, sellouts, or insurgents. Comrades, if you are not careful, we'll end up being a dictatorship, government, or a political party. And we don't want that to go there. What happened to freedom of speech? When I was your age and in the ANC, the leaders then used to tell us that you debate, what was the word? You agree to disagree. You talk. But now all of a sudden, if I say something different from Comrade Nomvola, she's going to the media and call me names. But guess what, Comrade? I've got a thick skin. You'll be wasting your data. Our people, as a whole, love this democracy, love the ANC. We are going to have bumps along the way, but this is a project. We are all in and we all support. There are sharp questions that confront us today. Do people really govern or markets do? Do people have shelter? Do people have decent jobs? Is the economy equally owned and shared? Or are we just occupied with power and protection of power? Are people safe? Do they have food? Our movement is broken. Our hearts and spirits are broken too. I can stand here and say what I'm saying. I'm ANC. I love the ANC with all my heart. And as ANC, we promised our people a better life. And I would like to see, before I die, I might die tomorrow, keeping your promises. Well, now you're not God. If we allow the movement to completely break down, so shall South Africa as a whole. The enemy within is eating on the flesh of our children's future. We must renew, have conscious rebirth immediately. We are factionalized, hyper-partisan, and see issues through subjective glasses. There is a lot of unfairness and personal greed in the movement because money and love of money is now supreme. Can we say the social contract of 1994 remains? Greed, which is characterized by the hijacking of the ANC by careerists, capitalist entrepreneur, has caused malignant decay of our movement and country. The movement must not be solely a businessman's project. Our constitution must not be interpreted on the basis of markets. We need servant leadership back. Allow me to address just one of the most important aspects of a broken social contract I talk about. The veterans of the non-statutory forces of South Africa, including the SGUS, who got to be absorbed by South African Defence Force and other security services, mostly live in squalor or under bridges. Those who passed on, their widows and orphans, have been totally forgotten or treated unfairly. Indeed, many of our people are still living difficult lives. What does it say when a society forgets its military veterans? These people place their life, their bodies at risk for this freedom to be possible. I lived with the recruits of ANC MK in my house in Lesotho with Chris. You'll not believe it. They were between the age of 20 and 23. Very young, militant, and I must confess, I interfered with my husband's work because I was discouraging them from going for training. I said they should go and study, but they were very clear. They wanted to go for military training and come back to South Africa to free us. Those young men and women were extremely young. They sacrificed for all of us. And I think we should consider it cabinet ministers. When I know you're not a cabinet minister, so I don't count you in. However, no. I have forgotten. You are a top 10. I don't know what you call yourselves now. There are too many of you. Whatever, top 10, 10-7, I don't know. But that's where you have to discuss these things. Where the military veterans, on a serious note, I become very emotional. because I saw them. I saw them when they had to go inside the country to do their missions. We lost quite a lot of them. They died for us. And is this the way we treat them? Comrade DSG, you'd better, because I've been told the ANC tells government what to do, then you can tell the ministers that it has to be their priority. I know I'm taking long, but it's my day, sorry. Ne? Those who made the ultimate sacrifice for this land are not honored. They are mostly out of mind and out of our priorities. Their lives and blood seem valueless. Nelson Mandela said, "You could see the nature of society by how it treats its children." I agree. I add that you can also see the nature of society by how it treats the returning military veterans who bled and sacrificed, died and left widows and orphans. Honor all your heroes and treat them fairly. Repatriate all bodies from foreign lands. These are our people. There are painful stories, which I think I'll put it in my book. I've got so much to tell you guys. However, that book will only be released when I am dead, because I'm going to mention names. So I don't want to be sued. So wait until I die, you'll read the book. These are painful stories to tell about people who leave their heroes behind and rob the widows and orphans their rightful pensions. I won't bother you about my personal issues, but count me among those who remain puzzled about the military veterans. Now let me tell you, there's a lot you don't know. You know, as ministers, as leaders of the ANC, you are not on the ground. Some of us are on the ground. I lived with these cadres, and I meet them. It's hard for them, Comrade Nombol. It's very hard. They are struggling. And what I find sad is, I'm one of them. I'm just as to blame as all of us. It's only when they're dead that we all rush there with our little 100 rands. We call them heroes, blah, 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 when we are never there for them. Let's do things for our veterans in their lifetime. Not buy them caskets when they're dead. Nobody needs a casket. Now, there's something very interesting, Comrade President, for 2 hours. I'm giving you free information. You can go and check it. You know, with these pensions, there are people who never in their lives carried a gun. Okay? But these people who are never in the camps, who never did any type of training, who in my vocabulary are not MKs. Are you aware that they're being given 40,000 for what? And they're called military veterans. I think that list should be revised on a serious note. That's my plea, because the type of money that they're given, which in my view they don't deserve, could be given to these comrades who are struggling. I raise this because Chris would have raised it, and I raise this as a widow of the guy who sacrificed. I just wanted to share something with you. I'm in contact with Mrs. Makatini. I think you all know Johnny Makatini. Oh, Jesus, all of you are under 13, the majority of you. Johnny Makatini was our first official representative at the UN, long before the ANC was unbanned. And he did quite a lot of work internationally. But what I found so sad, his wife Valerie is in KZN. Do you know Comrade Makhathini has been in this organization, sacrificed his life like everybody else? Guess how much he gets a month? 6,000 rand. Are you proud of yourselves? You should be ashamed. We should only care on the special days, but also care tomorrow and the next day. Too many people are sleeping without food. This to me illustrates that there is no political will. And I'm honest. There is no political will to solve the military veterans issues. I'm saying this. I don't have first-hand information, but I read a lot. I talk to comrades, and they've been moved from pillar to post. Nobody seems to be taking a decision. That's why I'm boldly saying, Comrade Nomvula, there is no political will. Can you get it somewhere? I don't know whether you hid it under whatever, but just get it back and do something about the military veterans. It's not correct. As long as there is no political will, as South Africans, we are going to suffer. We need a leadership that takes decision, that looks after the poor, that loves your people. In the beginning, you loved us. I don't know what has changed. Whether it's power, it has run into your heads, then you're forgotten. But that's not important. What is important is this movement of Chris. He would have raised it sharply about the veterans. My husband once said, I open quote, we need to create the pathway to give hope to our youth that they can have the opportunity through education and hard work to escape the trap of poverty. In my view, this is my personal view, and I think I'm allowed to have a personal view. The democratic government which my husband died for has betrayed Chris and his family by releasing his assassin. And I will not withdraw that statement. Now, this is addressed to the Minister of Arts and Culture with a different cap now. No more president, but Minister of Arts and Culture. Chris was a man of books and learning. As a family, we welcome the establishment of Chris Hani Museum. We plead with you, Minister Godwa, to accurately present Chris. And this can only be achieved by having a professional curator, not just an official in some department of arts and culture in the department. It has to be done professionally. And I think Comrade Blade, with his universities, oh, there you are, Comrade Blade. I think you can assist the minister about giving him professional curators. Let's do things the right way. I like the thought, but we have not done it right. And from where I'm coming, I don't think it's correct to present my husband the way he's presented in that museum. So, Honorable Minister, I appeal to you that, and if I'm not wrong, that's a national, what do you call it? National? It's National Heritage Council. To be honest, it falls under, not under the municipality. Otherwise, if we leave this thing to municipalities, we'll have what we're having now. So I think you should take over as the national minister. I want to say to you today, even though I lament, I still have hope that we shall turn the corner. I have hope that we can resolve all these issues and our challenges. I have hope that we shall overcome, God willing, and with God on our side, we shall overcome someday. We shall overcome. We shall overcome. We shall overcome someday. Oh, deep in my heart, I do believe we shall overcome someday. Thank you, comrades. Amandla. Thank you very much for attending this cold weather. I forgot to thank you.
Malibongwe! Igama la makhosikazi. Malibongwe! Igama la makhosikazi. Siyabonga, thank you very much. We are now going to call on a representative from the presidency, the Honorable Minister of Arts, Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Zizi Kodwa. You can come through.
Amandla, go away too. Long live the spirit of Chris Hani, long live. Tula mtwana mtwana zile lale siswe zila mtwana mtwana zila mtwana mtwana zile lale siswe Jila mtwana mtwana Jile lale siswe Jila mtwana mtwana Jile lale Amandla Ngawe tu Ngawe tu Ngawe tu Ngawe tu Ngawe tu Long live the spirit of Chris Hani, long live. Thank you very much, Program Director. And thank you very much to our mama, Utimpo Hani and the family. To our Premier of our beautiful province, Comrade Panyaza. To the Mayor of this beautiful city. To the Deputy Secretary General of the Almighty African National Congress, Comrade Nomvula Pauline Mokonyane. To the leaders of political parties, the General Secretary of the Communist Party, the President of Cosatu, the councillors present, abantu basekuruleni, nabantu base South Africa abathanda isikhokelo sikaQabane uChonyane uChris Hani. Today we have gathered here to celebrate the life of a patriot, a Pan-Africanist and internationalist whose life was brutally cut short by a criminal who came to our country seeking asylum. Our act of generosity made this criminal to think that he can decide the fate of our country. How wrong he was, Comrade Nomvula and Comrade Panyaza. South Africans have always known what they want to do. They've always known what they want to do with their country. The patriot we are commemorating today, in many respects, Program Director, embodies the finest traditions of our Revolutionary Alliance, which brings together the ANC, the Communist Party, and Cosatu. It's an alliance that was not conceived in the boardrooms or documents signed by leaders in conferences, but an alliance that was conceived in the trenches in the battlefield. This was done in the quest to set our country free from all forms of oppression. This sacred place, on these grounds we are standing on today, of Chris Hani, should inspire young people to embrace the best values and principles of our movement. Indeed, it should inspire them, these young people, to be robust like Chris Hani and never shy away from the truth. Chris Hani, in his own words, had this to say about the country and its people. Open quotes. We need to create a new breed of South Africans who love their country, who love everybody irrespective of color. Everybody who love to have a good job, a good salary. But for me, that is not all of the struggle. What is important is a continuation of the struggle. What we do for social upliftment of the working masses of our country. Close quotes. Fellow South Africans, despite the many fissures and missteps along the way since embarking on this journey after the democratic breakthrough of 1994, it will be dishonest not to recount some of the visible gains we have made in the journey. Among those gains, we can cite but a few. 1, universal access to basic education, funding access to higher education for those who pass grade 12. Even those who have not passed grade 12 still have a chance to access higher education through TVET colleges. Provision of social grants to the elderly, disabled and child support grant until 18 years of age. This access is universal to those who qualify. We are steadily making progress in building social housing in areas closer to where people work, consistent with the Freedom Charter injunction, which says there shall be housing security and comfort. The democratic state established after victory of the revolution shall ensure the right of people to live in areas where they choose, to be decently housed, and to bring up the families in comfort and security. Comrades, on the sporting front, we have made phenomenal progress. We have won 3 Rugby World Cups since 1994. We have won African Nations Cup, both men and women teams. We are competing in the world stage where our athletes are raising the South African flag high. The transformational sport is deepening despite the challenges we face. Our cultural workers are making indelible mark at a global stage, and the world community is noticing this. The number of Grammy Awards and many other awards that our cultural workers brought home is a testimony to this. These are, among others, the gains that are brought about this freedom that we should consolidate and defend in memory of Ushanyani. The many challenges we face as a country today are indeed pitiable. Indeed, socioeconomic misfortunes of inequality, unemployment, poverty can never be permanent. In addition, corruption is equally pitiable for as long as we act on it. If Chris Hani was still alive today, despite the many challenges we face, he would have inspired us not to lose hope. In his memory, we must recommit ourselves to the aspirations of the Freedom Charter, that of a truly free, non-racial, democratic, non-sexist, and prosperous country. In 2017, on the 24th of March, we declared a grave site and the wall of remembrance, this site, a national heritage site. And indeed, Mama, you're correct, it must show that it is a national heritage site. We will take that responsibility as commanded by yourselves. In memory of Comrade Chris Martin Ushonyane, we must deal and not hide difficulties we face of our people. These difficulties, people understand them. But they too know that only the African National Congress-led government can resolve these difficulties. As we continue to deal with these challenges, we must be frank and honest to our people what kind of challenges we face, so that we, together with them, we can collectively work together to resolve the problems. Thank you for your attention. Amanda! Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Premier. We've not had so much jubilation in our city in a very long time. Thank you. We are now going to go to part 2 of our program, which is going to be run by the South African Communist Party. Dr. Nzimande, I'm going to ask you to come and run your program. You can do it.
Amandla! 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 Long live the memory of Chris Hani, long live! Long live the memory of Chris Hani, long live! Pants in a capitalism, pants, forward to socialism, forward! Comrades, thank you very much. Let me say thank you to the Speaker of Council, Councillor Ntabiseng Chibenga, as well as the Mayor, Councillor Vuile Ngotwan, and the entire municipality here, Ekurhuleni. Thank you very much for continuing the tradition to honor our hero, Comrade Chris Hani. And thanks for the first part of this session. I know, comrades, that time is important, but there is an error that happened that I can't allow to be repeated under my authority. I'm in charge now on behalf of the South African Communist Party and the alliance as a whole. Now, I think that we can't come honestly and remember Comrade Chris Hani without singing the International. That would be wrong. Now, I'm not a great singer. I don't know who can lead us, or if there is a recorded version that is not long, to lead us with the International. Otherwise, Comrade Mandla, I see you there. Can you come and lead? Who can come and lead us with the International, comrades? That's very important, because as communists, we can't be seen to be abandoning our traditions. It's very important. We've come to remember a communist, and it is very important that we don't abandon our traditions.
Matimba! Arise, prisoners of starvation. Arise, toilers of the forest and thunder's new creation. 'Tis a better world in birth. Nevermore tradition shall bind. Arise, it told us no more in throne. The earth shall rise in new foundation. We are but not, we shall be all. Then comrades, comrades, 'tis the last fight we face. The international nale, unites the human race. Then comrade, camaraderie, 'tis the last fight we face. The international unites the human race. Matimba, asasakila makomanes, asasakila makomanes.
Amandla! Amandla! Comrades, this is the second and last part of our program, which is now the Alliance program. Austempo, I want to thank through you all the speakers, but especially yourself, for the message you have given us. There is only one way to characterize what you did today. That was like a second farewell to Put Chris from you. That's what it was. And thanks for the message. And we want that speech because we want to print it. We may not be able to capture the other things that you said outside of the speech, but the speech was good and excellent. And the editors of all our Alliance publications are hearing we must actually publish this speech on the 30th anniversary of the cowardly assassination of our General Secretary, Comrade Chris Hani. Comrades, I want to start by calling for 5 minutes a message from the Young Communist League, Ufasimba. Those who have the program, if they ask me, where is the YCL in the program, accept the fact that I'm in charge of the program now. YCL, thina makomanisi ngole hamba no sale, awusali lo sale wethu ye YCL. So sicela unobhala no bhala sewukhona. Thank you.
All right, we'll stick to it. All right, thanks. Relatively short. I see.
Mandla! Away too! Long live the spirit of no surrender, long live! Long live the spirit of no surrender, long live! Forward to socialism, forward! Down with capitalism, down! Thank you so much. We appreciate the opportunity we are given, Comrade National Chairperson of the South African Communist Party, and we wish to tender our revolutionary salutations to the 15th Congress, General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, Comrade Solima Paile, and the leadership collective of the CC. As a Young Communist League, we pledge solidarity that is principled with the South African Communist Party on the occasion of the 30th anniversary since the international fugitive, as correctly characterized here in this platform, Janusz Waluś, cowardly assassinated the General Secretary of the ANC and the South African Communist Party Joint Liberation Military Wing. And we do think that this fact that Umkhonto weSizwe was a joint military wing is well documented and well recorded. That because the Communist Party of South Africa banned in 1950 by apartheid government enacting and assenting to the Suppression of Communism Act in 1950. The party was re-established and operated underground much earlier than the burning of the ANC in 1960. It is, in our view, principled solidarity for two basic reasons for now. Because one, the SACP is a vanguard of the working class and the poor, and it is in pursuit of socialism. That is a political and economic transitionary state to a classless society that is communism. Secondly, that learning from the seminal wisdom of Chairman Mao, who at a point advanced that the future is ours, but in the final analysis, it is yours, you, the youth, who are full of vigor and vitality. So it is, for that reason, we are saying we pledge solidarity because we are careful and we are very jealous of our future. On the first question, we are supportive of the South African Communist Party in the program to pursue socialism as adopted in the 15th Congress program. We are supportive of the party because we do believe that socialism is humane. It is people-centered, and its approach from each according to their ability and to each according to their need is humane. It is under this system where conditions will be palatable for youth empowerment and development. This is because the South African struggle for socialism seeks to wage a protracted struggle against the identified crises of both economy and environment, as well as the social reproduction. And the party, through this program, seeks to achieve a powerful socialist movement for both the workers and the poor. As the YCL, we are combat ready to work hand in glove and side by side with our party, for we believe it seeks to represent our interests and aspirations. The workers and the poor are our parents. And the parents of our primary constituency, we the youth as the YCL. When their parents are subject of economic crisis, environmental crisis, and social reproduction, the youth bear the most brunt. It is therefore our duty, as we believe that the revolution is the activity of the youth, and the youth has to deepen, advance, and defend, but also to revive and revitalize the national democratic revolution, as we still do believe that it is the most shortest route to socialism. And we do want to say in this platform that the notion that seeks to say that if we call for the alliance to be renewed is abandoning the national democratic revolution is very short-sighted, to say the least. The NDRs ought to be revived and revitalized primarily because it has been on trial for the longest of time. And a variety of events which the party even characterized this approach as a capitalist onslaught on the working class, manifesting through anti-majoritarian liberal offensive on our especially economic policy trajectory and territorial integrity. In finality, we wish to borrow from Comrade Chris himself, who once postulated that socialism is not about these big concepts and heavy theory. He then said socialism is about decent shelter for those who are homeless. It is about water for those who have no safe drinking water. It is about health care. It is about overcoming the huge divide between urban and rural areas. It is about a decent education for all our people. Socialism is about rolling back the tyranny of the market. As long as the economy is dominated by unelected privileged few, the case for socialism exists. So did Comrade Chris say. But what is the situation today? There are still millions who are destitute, dejected, and discouraged in our country to even seek employment. Without safe drinking water, without our primary healthcare institutions, despite being understaffed and all, are inefficient and ineffective. There's still much underdevelopment in rural areas compared to urban areas. While great strides have been made both in basic and higher education, there is still a high dropout rate in basic education. Consequently, Literacy rate is still very low. Access to higher education has been commodified, and thus only a limited few can access. The matters related to accommodation, issues related to the transformation oversight, which we do believe that it does not serve its initial purpose. The matters related to throughput in the TVET sector, which we believe is ought to be looked into. The Skills Development Act is also not fashioned to skill, upskill, and reskill the nation in the ensuing mechanization and artificial intelligence era, where skills are rapidly becoming obsolete. We call for the Act to be amended so as to embrace and support work, integrated learning, or experiential learning for all academic disciplines. We want to say, to emulate Chris Hani, we need to continue to seek the truth from facts. We need to serve people before profits. The issue of Chris Hani's demise and untold stories, the parole of his murderer, is still does not augur well with us as the Young Communist League. As a Young Communist League, we want to be like Chris Hani, and in doing so, we call on all peace-loving people to sign a petition, continue waging a struggle against violent crimes, domestic crimes, gender-based, and lastly, we want to issue a very stern warning against all those who were here, who vandalized this memorial park. And we want to say to them in this platform that we do believe that what was avoided in 1993 has to be considered, because this site was demolished without consequences. Long live the spirit of no surrender, long live. Long live. Forward to the undying spirit of Christopher Hani, forward.
Amandla! Long live Ufasiba, long live! Yes, that was Comrade Mzwandile Takudi, our brand new National Secretary of the Young Communist League. Thanks very much, Comrade Mzwandile. Comrade Zizi, you had set a very nice tone of being brief, sweet, and straight to the point. Wakhuluma njengomalume wami. So I really request that the speakers who are going to follow, so that we allow the keynote speaker by the General Secretary of the party to also get attention, to be brief, sweet, and straight to the point. I know all of you, you are quite capable of doing that. Now, can I now call the president of Cosatu, Comrade Janusz Waluś, to come and address us? Don't ask me why I have shifted the program. I am in charge, and the reason for these changes are on a need-to-know basis. Comrade Zingi, over to you.
Amandla! Amandla! Long live the Alliance, long live! Long live the spirit of Comrade Chris Hani, long live! Thank you very much, Chair. Due to the respect of time, as you indicated, I want to observe protocol and greet Sis Austimpo and the Hani family, the leadership of the Gauteng province, the Premier, Comrade Lisufi, the Executive Mayor, Comrade Ngodwana, the Executive Mayor of Ekurhuleni, the leadership of the Alliance, the DSG of the ANC, Comrade Nomvula, the General Secretary of the party, Comrade Mapaila, the Deputy President of Cosatu that is here amongst us, Comrade Michael Shingange, and the Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Solipeto, members of MKL, MV, comrades from the ambassadors, Cuba, Vietnam, China, Kenya, and Palestine, all protocol observed. Comrades, an entire generation of activists remembers where they were during this painful Saturday morning on the 10th of April in 1993. When we lost the former Chief of Staff of the People's Army, Umkhonto Wesizwe, the General Secretary of the SACP and the NEC member of the ANC, Comrade Chris. The wounds are still deep, the scars have not healed, and we will forever wonder what could have been. As we seek to honor the memory of Comrade Chris, we should, as he always said, ground our thoughts and actions in the struggles of our people. Comrade Chris eloquently said, and I'm happy that we seem to be reading from the same quotation. Comrade Chris said, and I quote, "Socialism is not about big concepts and heavy theory. Socialism is about decent shelter for those who are homeless. It is about water for those who have no safe drinking water. It is about health care. It is about the life of dignity for the old. It is about overcoming the huge divide between urban and rural areas. It is about decent education for all our people," close quote. In just over 2 weeks, we will have achieved 29 years of our liberation. Whilst we will correctly celebrate this milestone as the Alliance and the people of South Africa, the question is, have we honored the vision of socialism and justice that Comrade Chris set for ourselves? Have we fully utilized the levers of state power handed to us by the people? Or have we become distracted by the trappings of power? Comrades, there are many positive things that we have managed to achieve as the Alliance since 1994, from our progressive constitution and laws, shifting 60% of the budget to uplift the poor, rolling out basic and public services, providing relief to the unemployed, and dismantling the most obnoxious forms of apartheid and racism. However, with the unemployment that is sitting at 42%, with South Africa remaining the most unequal society, with poverty levels continue rising and corruption crippling the state, one efficient state-owned entities that is in ICU, and an economy that crippled by the load shedding, and municipalities that are struggling to provide basic services, then we have in many ways failed Comrade Chris's memory. Lenin asked, what is to be done? What would Comrade Chris expect of us? Surely, he would expect us to be guided by the serving the child that is walking kilometers in the cold, seeking education in the rural Tofimvaba. The mine worker whose lungs are being destroyed deep in the mines. The domestic worker that continues to slave for pittance. Surely, comrades, Comrade Chris would expect us to cleanse the ANC, to cleanse the SACP, and to cleanse Cosatu from corruption, from factionalism, and from arrogance. He would want us to once again restore the Alliance to being the voice of the disposed and the beacon of hope for the poor. He would expect us to be agents of change that Comrade O.R. Tambo and Comrade Ruth First would be proud of. He would want us to make headlines for building schools, for building homes and factories, not for helping ourselves to public funds. Comrade Chris would want us to remember why we became members of the movement, and that the survival of this movement is in our hands. Comrade Chris and Comrade Dula Omar and many other giants always reminded us that the only ones who can defeat the ANC and the Alliance are ourselves. So, comrades, it is up to us to rebuild the movement of Chris Hani, to deal with the daily struggles of workers and the working class as we move towards the Alliance electoral victory in 2024. Comrade Chris Hani was a soldier, a leader, a servant of the people. He lived a humbled life. He led from the front. He did not shy away from the battlefront, from the underground in Lesotho to the battles with UNITA in Angola. And this is a type of leadership our people expect from us. While South Africa was robbed of a leader when we needed him most, whilst the Hani family was denied a husband, a father, a son, and a brother, their sacrifices, comrades, did not start on the 10th of April in 1993, but in fact, their sacrifices started the day that Comrade Chris signed up for the liberation movement. We will forever be indebted to the Hani family. And as I land, Comrade Chair, we want to say as Cosatu, if we are to do justice to the memory of Comrade Chris, and the sacrifices of the Hani family, then we need to learn from and honor the principles that Comrade Chris, as a leader, stood for. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Chris Hani, long live. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Amandla! Amandla! Viva Cosatu, viva! Thank you very much, Comrade President, Comrade Zengilosi. We're now going to call upon for a brief message a representative from our military veterans, MKLMV. The comrade who was scheduled to speak, that I'm calling upon, if he has arrived, is Comrade, Comrade Hoto. Has he arrived? Comrade Hoto.
I'll try my best.
Yes,
No, I'll
thank
do
you.
my best.
All right.
Enyamazana, enyamazana. Amanda! Amanda! Long live Comrade Chris Hani, long live. Long live Comrade Chief of Staff, long live. Amanda! Forward to socialism, forward! Manqale ngokubulisa our first Deputy Secretary General, Comrade Nomvula. Dibulise Comrade Panyaza, the Premier of this province. Dibulise Comrade Dimpwani. Dibulise zonke inkokheli ezikhona apha ndingamshiyanga umeya walapha oyenze ukuthi sibe lapha namhlanje. Ndibulise wonke amakomanisi akhona apha namhlanje. Ndithi ke and all protocol observed. Sihlalo ndivumele ndiqale with an anecdote. Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Allow me to start with this anecdote. And the reason for that is to try and give you a picture of a communist. Ngoba Comrade Chris was one up to the end. Around August 1988, after surviving a raid in Botswana, I arrived in Lusaka with only my face cloth and a toothbrush. From the airport, I was taken to Comrade Chris Hani's place. And the first thing that he asked me is that, do you have anything to change? Because I know when you were arrested in Botswana, you slept in prison with the clothes that you are wearing now. And he was quick to go to his wardrobe, gave me a jacket. A nice one, not umpando lo siujwayele we ANC. A nice one. No, really, it was a tweed jacket. A shirt, a pair of trousers, and a pair of sneakers. That, dear comrades, in my life, I will never forget. Reason being that those comrades who were in exile do understand that for us, at least, to have something on our backs, we dependent on the solidarity from all the countries that were assisting us. But for a comrade not to hesitate to give you one of his best clothes, it tells you the type of a person that we are here to remember. Dear comrades and friends, before I venture to my input, allow me to invoke the name of Ms. Reta Haramse. We all know she was the neighbor who raised the alarm when this killer shot Comrade Chris Hani. She witnessed the assassination on that fateful day. On that fateful day, yes, I do understand that Madiba did acknowledge her. We must remember her at all times. As we converge here today, it's been 3 decades since those mercenaries took our commissar away from us. Let us try and reflect and also attempt to respond to a number of possible questions he might have for us as ordinary members of the ANC and the party, of course, together with the leadership of these institutions. Let us try and establish if we have been able to get to the anticipated destination in 30 years, or if we are still on the correct azimuth as we honor this true patriot. Even me standing here, talking about him, I feel so inadequate. What do I tell him about the current politics of coalition? It's important, comrades, that we must understand what is it that we fought for. When we talk of national democratic revolution, what is it that we talk for? We are sitting there, looking at our leadership, being part of these circuses that are going on in all these municipalities, of coalitions that are not bringing anything to our people. And we know what is it that our people want. It's simple. They want service delivery. All what they want, comrades, is service delivery, and it's in front of us. They want jobs, they want land. Why should we go and be part of all these circuses in these municipalities? It is just not on. We as MK Liberation War veterans, as we take part in renewing our party, we believe that we need to look into these problems that are faced by our ANC. Commissar did not die for anything, but for both the oppressor and the exploited. How do we stay on course for the realization of his vision of better life for all? Millions of the South Africans who were not even there 30 years ago, today are singing about the name. Is this enough? More still needs to be done to ensure that every effort is made to redress the socio-economic imbalances that persist. Learning from the Soviet Union, if we have to learn a lesson, he adopted a slogan that appealed to all the people he was targeting, and this is peace, land, and bread. He was sure that this slogan was talking to the soldiers, to the peasants, and the workers. Why can't we do the same as a ruling party? When we drive the following campaigns, crime reduction or elimination of crime, eradication of poverty and unemployment, who are we mobilizing to act? At this juncture, I wanted to quote Comrade Chris, but in the interest of time, I won't, because Comrade Zizikotwa had already done that. All I want to underline is that what Comrade Chris, on what Comrade Zizi was quoting here, was nothing else but the truth, for the mere fact that both of us, without any communication, wanted to bring here the very same quote that Comrade Chris says some time back. So it is important, comrade, that when we talk of a communist, what are we talking about? There has never been a better time to play our part, given the commitment of our government in this fight against the corruption by our deeds. Let us pay homage to those who have made it possible for us to occupy the positions that we are in today, both in the public sector and in corporate South Africa. We constantly ask, what is it about this month, correctly declared by our movement as Heroes Month and Freedom Month by our government? We constantly see our leaders bowing out of the arena of the living. In April, it was the case with Comrade O.R. Tambo, Mother of the Nation Mamwini Mandela, Comrade Soli Mahlangu, Dr. Zola Skweyiwa, Spion Timkul and Topsi Madaka. This month, comrades, we've just lost our national commissar, Comrade Mbulelo Musi, who had everything common with Comrade Chris Hani, because Comrade Mbulelo, when he arrived in the country, the first person that he worked with was the Chief of Staff, Comrade Chris Hani. He has also just departed this earth. The bravery that he learned from Comrade Chris Hani, the heroism that he learned from Comrade Chris Hani, it was Comrade Mbulelo, when we had Mkatashinga in our camps, who stood up and challenged the leadership that as much as these anarchists are doing no good to the ANC, but as a leadership, you need to listen to them. They might have something that they want to relay to the ANC itself. So that was our commissar. And I'm talking about somebody who learned a lot from Comrade Chris Hani. As people like Commissar left us behind, many of us in the MKLW will continue to keep alive the spirit from which our liberation was born. We will stand strong and claim our heritage with pride and continue to confront our challenges as we restore our dignity. As I close, Mphathi walomhlangano, I just want to declare to our people that we as Umkhonto Wesizwe, that we as MK Liberation War veterans, we no longer want to come to you cap in hand. All that we want to do is to be part of those who are committed in renewing this organization. And that we're gonna do it with you. We're not gonna be walking in front of you, we're gonna be working with you in renewing this organization at all costs. Despite the fact that some of these combatants, when they have to be buried, we have to go siyokunqeba into yokuthi bangcwatywa njani na. We are happy that our National Commissar, the leadership, has taken it upon itself to assist us in giving a decent burial to our Commissar in the month that we lost Comrade Chris Hani. And we are saying to the people of South Africa, despite the fact that some of them do not know as to when they are going to get the next meal, they are still prepared to defend this organization because they know this alliance that brought us here today was made in blood. As O.R. Tambo said, it's not just an alliance that was on paper, it's an alliance that was in blood. So MK Liberation War veterans will at all costs defend this movement, renew this movement, unite this movement, and bring the people of South Africa together. Long live Comrade Chris Hani, long live. Amanda! Thank you.
Amandla! Amandla! Thank you very much, Comrade Otto. If what Comrade Zingiswa was saying about our commitment to our movement and its struggle, and the former MK soldiers are talking like they are talking, why is it difficult not to rescue the place in which our movement is at this point in time? What is it that makes it really difficult? Austimpo, you are right. We have to tell our history. On the 9th of October 1992, Kobi Kotse, de Klerk's Minister of Justice, said, and I quote, "The ANC would be well advised to sever its links with the Communist Party, and especially one Mr. Hani," unquote. And exactly 6 months after that, Ubud Chris was dead. So it's important that we tell our history. And you are right, we are not mad when we are calling for this issue or when we said Waluś must not be released at the time. Now, I want to call upon umbutho wethu omkhulu, the African National Congress, sidudla senhlangano yethu, ekhokhela lelizwe, nohulumeni wakithi, ukuthi uzonika umyalezo nayo. Cela uComrade, First Deputy Secretary General of the ANC, Comrade Nomvula Mkonyane, Mamkhize, akwezokhuluma njengomamkhize engibaziyo-ke ntombi namhlanje. Over to you. ANC yasetshenzelwa, alala. ANC yasetshenzelwa, alala. Ayithengwa ngethenda. Hayi! Yeah. Ayithengwa ngathenda. Hayibo!
Amandla! Amandla! Long live the fighting spirit of Comrade Chris Hani, long live. Long live the fighting spirit of Comrade Chris Hani, long live. Viva the Tripartite Alliance, viva. Viva the Tripartite Alliance, viva. Thank you, Nyabonga Comrade Plate Nzimande, our national chairperson of the South African Communist Party, program director. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of the Ekurhuleni municipality present here and join those who have really appreciated your continuous sustenance of remembering this particular day. Let me immediately recognize and acknowledge our dear sister Medimpo, Ausdimpo, Njamme, Kuhlompile habedi, hararu, hangata fela ntse kuhlompa. To our leadership of the South African Communist Party led by Comrade Solima Paila, the Cosatu leadership led by Comrade Zingi Swalosi, MK veterans led by Comrade Den, Papa Action, the Premier and Chairperson of the NC in Gauteng, Comrade Panyaza Lisufi, leaders of all political parties present here today, working together here in the city of Ekurhuleni, representatives of the PYA present here, the Mayor of Ekurhuleni, Councillor Sivuile Ngotwana, the leaders of the NC Women's League present here. 30 years ago, one of our most esteemed leaders, Comrade Thembisile Hani, popularly known as Comrade Chris, was gunned down by the right-winger Janusz Waluś. This raw act savagery nearly plunged our country into a senseless surge of bloodletting. It is thanks to the strategic brilliance of the leadership of the NC that the potential conflagration did not come to pass. Thanks to the peace-loving South Africans who heeded the call not to take the law into their own hands and allowed the leadership under Comrade Madiba to provide counsel and leadership as to what needs to be done, working together with comrades such as Comrade Joe Slovo and many other leaders of the Alliance to find a better path of recognizing the blood of Comrade Chris Hani that was made to flow in the streets of Don Park, not to be an act that will be easily forgotten, but in his honor and in his memory, it must be for the good, not only of our country, but also of a better Africa and a better world. And hence here today, typical of Comrade Chris Hani, we have our own comrades and friends represented by members of the diplomatic corps who also our own comrades and allies committed to the path towards a national democratic society in our country, but also a better world and a better Africa as espoused by Comrade Chris Hani through action and commitment. Nevertheless, the assassination of Comrade Chris Hani gave impetus to the confluence of factors that led to an enactment of April 27, 1994 as the date for the first democratic elections, were indeed free today because Comrade Chris Hani and many others lost their precious lives, amongst others Comrade Mbulelo Musi, Solomon Mahlangu, Comrade Oliver Tambo, and many other comrades who passed on in this month of April. In a presentment of his own fate, Comrade Chris is reputed to have remarked that, and I quote, "I've never wanted to spare myself because I feel there are people who are no longer around and died for this struggle. What right do I have to hold back? What right do I have to rest, to preserve my health, to have time with my family when there are people who are no longer alive, when they sacrificed what is precious, namely life itself," close quote. Apart from his obvious and resolute commitment to the cause of freedom, Comrade Chris' remark illustrates that freedom was not free. And I wish to repeat, freedom was not free. Because our freedom came at the cost of Chris Hani's blood and that of thousands of other heroes and heroines, we are obliged to remain loyal to the very reason he and his fellow travelers took to battle against the apartheid crime against humanity. In the post-1994 setting, this means, amongst other things, that we must continue to pursue the goal of a better life for our people. Comrade Chris Hani would have expected nothing less from all of us. We know this because it was Comrade Chris Hani who said, and I quote, "If you want peace, then you must struggle for social justice." He also advocated for decent shelter for those who are homeless, water for those who have no safe drinking water, quality health care, and a life of dignity for the old, close quote. He sought to overcome, and I quote, "the huge divide between urban and rural areas, and to create conditions for a decent education for all our people." Program Director, you will realize that all of us who took to this podium are repeating one and the same thing, because it is because of what Comrade Chris Hani believed in and what he stood for and what is still relevant to bring all of us together to champion the cause for a national democratic society. Comrade Chris was also resolute about the need for egos to be suppressed in favor of peace, as well as the need to create a new breed of South Africans who love their country and love everybody, irrespective of their color. He was never a racist. He hated racism and any other form of discrimination. Since 1994, we have sought to act as Chris Hani counseled by redressing the legacy of colonialism and apartheid and improving the quality of life of all South Africans. Naturally, we have encountered challenges, as we would have had to, but we have made significant strides in changing the lives of the people for the better. It is because of that that we continue to say, "A luta continua," the struggle continues. Because ours was not just political freedom or occupation of political office, but it is an enabler to a cause where there will be eradication of all other forms of exploitation and abuse. Comrade Blade, Program Director, we gathered at Chris Hani's gravesite to report on the progress we have made. And as we have said, we are the first to concede that our work is not complete. who are still battling to suppress egos in favor of peace and to create a new breed of a South African who loves their country and their fellow nationals, irrespective of color. As guided by the Freedom Charter, the ANC remains committed to improving the lives of South Africans. Our continued struggle to effect progress on all areas of socio-economic progress is intent on benefiting working people, the poor, and the marginalized. Comrade Chris dedicated his entire life to help and to emancipate the people of South Africa, Africa, and the world. We must all continue to unite and make this a reality in our lifetime. This task can only be realized if the tripartite alliance is united in its posture and has practical programs. This is not the occasion to discuss the problems of the alliance, but all of us know that it is not in good health. It is not in the best of shape. This at a time when we are facing the most difficult elections since 1994. Therefore, this begs many questions, amongst them being, how do we fight an election when leaders of the ANC, leaders of the Alliance and the mass democratic movement daily speak in discordant tunes? How do we fight an election when key components of the Alliance seem to have forgotten that the aspirations of the working class cannot be fulfilled outside the pursuit of the national democratic revolution, that preventing ambulances from delivering the sick into public health facilities doesn't serve the cause of anybody but social conservative forces who will seek to convince society that the trade union movement is a nonsensical social excess baggage. How do we fight an election when we have practically retreated from the battle of ideas, such that despite our rhetoric, we have relative to the opposition not put forward as much ideas that have exercised the population on the ideal of a non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous South Africa in the last 12 months or so. Aside from the forthcoming elections, we must also consider whether we are on track with regard to important questions of a progressive agenda on the international front. How, for example, does our handling of migration, especially African migrants, advance or retard the principle of international solidarity and continental integration, which holds the key for our economic advancement as a country, as a region, and as a continent? These and other questions beg other practical questions. How does the party of Chris Hani define primary contradictions of the present era, which the structures of the mass democratic movement must coalesce and in turn rally the nation as a whole? How do the positions we take help us to achieve this position? As the ANC, we're posing these questions because it is not enough to assert that we must strengthen our work on the international front. We must also ask ourselves how we are going to achieve the outcome. We are equally alive to transforming multilateral structures in the United Nations system. In this regard, as the ANC-led alliance, we have to make sure that we do our best to deal with the restoration of peace in the continent, in the Middle East, and the Ukraine-Russia conflict. We will use our position as chairperson of BRICS to lead and contribute a world order where there is peace and harmony, and wherein nations live side by side without undermining the sovereignty of other countries. In honor of Comrade Chris Hani, let us recall some of his last words in an interview with Comrade Luli Kalinikos in March 1993, just 10 days before his assassination, where he spoke about the need for the ANC to reposition itself in light of the work that it needs to do. Comrade Chris highlighted that the ANC will have to fight a new enemy in order to make freedom and democracy worthwhile to ordinary South Africans. He also urged that, and I quote, "We must build a different culture in this country, different in form and character, different from the Nationalist Party. And that culture should be one of service to the people." Close quote. In staying true to these words, we must all, united in our diversity, continue to fight for an equal and just society for all. We will also have to continue to work with his family and the rest of the movement to find closure on his death by supporting the call for an inquest on the killing of Comrade Chris Hani. May the spirit of Comrade Chris Hani continue to live in us. May our country become a country that he envisioned, and may the ANC and all alliance components be joined together on the basis of what Comrade Chris Hani stood for, and nothing temporary and nothing convenient, but something that really says, indeed, the struggle continues. Amandla, long live the spirit of Chris Hani, long live. Thank you, Nyabong.
That's a wonderful message. Yeah. Amandla! Amandla! Thank you very much, Comrade DSG. Ukhulume kahle. Uyabona ke kule province engizalwa kuyo eKZN kuthi uma uyindoda ugane uMamkhize usuku usenkathazeni ngoba uma kudlulwa lapha kwakho akushiyi ukuthi naki yakwanzimande kuthiwa naki yakwaMamkhize. Khulume kahle impela siyabonga Ntombi. Thank you very much. Comrades, we are now coming to the keynote address that will be delivered by the General Secretary of the South African Communist Party, Comrade Soli Mapaila. Nopal was. That's your turn now.
Hakuna muntu hapatuzabanga yetu. Amandla! Amandla! Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Chris Hani, long live! Forward to socialism, forward! Down with capitalism, down! Long live the alliance, long live! Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Blade Nzimande, Chairperson of the South African Communist Party. Let me take this opportunity to thank, firstly, the Ekurhuleni municipality for hosting this event, continue with the legacy of many other administrations in this municipality, and also thank Councillor Ntabiseng, as well as the Mayor, Ngotwana, for hosting us today, as well as Comrade Jongisizwe. Let me greet the family of Chris Hani, Mayor Hani, Ausdimpo, and Dr. Ngatani, our good doctor, for always being with us here all the time. Ausdimpo, kajenu bare no temple. Yeah, temple it's kajenu. Kilanguage ya wachaba mohai. Let me greet the leadership of the SACP, led by Dr. Blade Nzimande. There's Comrade Joyce Muloi Moropa, our National Treasurer, Comrade Tula Singesi, our Deputy National Chair, and our first Deputy General Secretary, Comrade Madala Masuku, members of our Central Committee, and our Provincial Secretary, Comrade Jacob Mamabulu, and our leadership in the province and the region. The leadership of the ANC, led by Comrade Nomvula Mkonyani, our first DSG in the ANC, Mama Action. Ya kitse ku yemetse re kene strategy. Ya le ku tlile fandag una le papa action, but okay I'm saying una le program at least. Comrade Panyaza, as the chair of the ANC in the province, and the leadership of the ANC, entirely members of the NEC, Minister Zizi Kotwa, the leadership of Cosatu, Comrade Zingi Waluś, President, the Deputy President of Cosatu, Comrade Mike Shingange. Comrade President, you said there's a DGS of the ANC, but then you said Comrade Pet, who's the General Secretary. So if it's the DGS, it's Comrade Twala. If it's the General Secretary, it's Comrade Soli Pet. So I recognize them in that order. And leaders of Cosatu, members of the Central Executive Committee who are here, leadership of our Young Communist League and the PYA structures, led by Comrade Mzwandile Takudi, our National Secretary, ambassadors present here from different countries, our friendly countries, Ambassador of Cuba, Ambassador of Palestine, Ambassador of Vietnam, and Minister Chancellor of China, the People's Republic. Leadership of MKMVA, Comrade Dan Hoto, our chaplain, Comrade Mapatswe, Chaplain General, Umkhonto Wesizwe, People's Chaplain, Sabong. Let me also, as I start my notes, recognize amongst us here Advocate Muzi Skakan, as well as in absentia, Advocate Malindi, as well as Attorney Ngopani. These are our lawyers, our advocates who fought with us against the white racists who killed our General Secretary, Comrade Chris Hani. These advocates and lawyers in general, over the last few years, represented us even when we had no money. We want to thank them from the bottom of our hearts. I do so on behalf of the SACP as well as the Hani family. Comrades, all protocol observed, for those that I might have omitted. Indeed, I believe that we should observe a moment of silence for Comrade Mbulelo Musi, our National Commissar of MK Liberation War Veterans. Amandla. Thank you very much. Comrades, let me start by indicating that 30 years on, since the colors matter of our General Secretary, Comrade Chris Hani, the commander of our Liberation Army, former Chief of Staff, today, the living conditions of the people of our country, of the working class, are deteriorating. Political power of our people is being stolen. Our revolution is being hijacked by an advanced and crisis-ridden and rampant modern capitalist system that is called neoliberalism, that enriches the few at the expense of the majority. It is full of promises and delivers more miserable outcomes, which is evidently proven in our society. Therefore, we are dealing with a crisis not of our own making. I'll explain in simpler terms what is the problem in this country and what is the solution. The capitalist crisis has not only stolen the dreams of many sacrifices of our leaders and combatants that we have conceptualized and encoded in the Freedom Charter, but our national independence has been weakened to almost broken. Ausdimpo used the word broken, or that our revolution is getting broken. But this is led largely by the imperialist forces and imperialist interests that have dictated the impositions on our country of their failed economic policies that have only multiplied poverty and other major social ills, especially gender-based violence, criminality, acute racism, and even more inequalities, especially between the rich and the poor, black and white, rural and urban. And all of this, it's a consequence of an economic system that is rotten to the core. This is a system that we must reject. This is the system that Comrade Chris Hani was fighting against. This is the system that killed Comrade Chris Hani. So we need a radical change on economic policy trajectory than giving regurgitation of the same thing. Same failed policies, if multiplied many a times, they will give us the same results of poverty, inequality, and unemployment in our country. We have to take a new shift forward. We need, therefore, to accelerate public-led structural economic transformation to represent the people's interest, not the bourgeois elites, but our people. And therefore, the existing piecemeal policies, including the legislative framework, won't end this current crisis that we face, particularly unemployment amongst African youth, which has almost gone beyond 50% into the 70s. You can have another 50 years. You will never cut it down unless you change the economic system that is not functioning. In simpler terms, our revolution is unable to fulfill its mission to end racial inequality and create non-racism, to end gender inequality and defeating patriarchy, and create a non-sexist society and even a non-binary society. It is unable to end capitalist exploitation of the majority and create an egalitarian society or a society of equals. It is unable, therefore, to end class inequality and therefore create or move towards socialism. Because only when we end the exploitation of class by another class, the capitalist class, can we then guarantee every single South African all the wealth that can be shared. Without that, it is an illusion. And I think this is extremely important in the political space. Because yes, We can make promises for whatever is possible within a budgetary framework. But those promises cannot go to the foundation of the inequality in this country. The foundations of our inequality are based on the ownership of the means of production in our country. In other words, ownership of the economy. It has not been transferred to the people. What has been transferred to the people is the right to discuss the economy. We want to go beyond the right to discuss the economy in parliament and legislatures, Comrade Panyaza. We want the transfer of wealth to our people. Therefore, we need to reset the revolutionary mission and its key timelines. It is time to rebuild, to rejuvenate, and to root back our revolution amongst the masses. The moment that we are in has displayed massive failures of bourgeois democracy. There is a void in our society that political parties in parliament are unable to resolve. The void that sometimes in English or in some political language, we call it the moment of interregnum, a moment of a lull, a long lull, where we are all happy because we are having discussions that are meaningless to the living conditions of the people, that do not improve their living conditions, not even a single day. But we are happy that we are discussing these things, and we keep on coming to parliament, to any legislatures, to the council, to discuss the same things. Now, this interregnum, comrades, it requires us to build a new momentum, to rebuild our democracy, and rebuild and strengthen people's power. In other words, build people's democracy, which the bourgeoisie are afraid of, because they manipulate the party political system, they corrupt political leaders, they put their interests at core before the interests of the people. So therefore, we are calling for the rebuilding of a powerful socialist movement of the workers and the poor, based on grassroots struggles of the people for food security, against unemployment, for public sector-led decent job creation, not these exploitative public works programs and community works programs that must be done away with. People must be permanently employed. This is an underdeveloped country. We have enough work to do. With this kind of piecemeal jobs, we will never be able to transform this country. We therefore need to rekindle the living memory of our General Secretary, Comrade Chris Hani, who dedicated his entire life to our democracy today. We must therefore dedicate this period to community development in fighting against hunger until it is eradicated, in fighting against homelessness, lack of water in our communities, and land deprivation amongst the people. The crisis that drives poverty in our country today that we see is precisely this. One, House Jimpo, you're very right. We have not transferred the land. Comrades, without transferring the land to the majority, we will never end poverty in this country. Get that in your head, all of you in government and in parliament. In other words, the land, by communist talk, is the principal form of property relations. Kamanzo amangi ishori ukumana lefasi ke kumangana ya uphela botse lefatshe. When you do not transfer the land, there's no way in which you can tackle poverty. Every other thing that a human being, human society lives on comes from the land. We plow it, we plant it, or we mine it. If you do not take over the resources, how are you going to end this poverty? This is the fundamental task of the National Liberation Movement today. And therefore, when you have taken over the land, what we call property relations, you are therefore able to deal with other social relations that are currently unequal in this country. When we talk about poverty, why other people have food, others do not have food, It's precisely because the distribution relations are awkward, are cockeyed. They are not aligned to the needs of the people. They are aligned to the needs of the market, to the needs of the elite, to the needs of a few, the minority white racists who continue to control our economy. And the same thing, on the basis of that, production relations. That's the basis why we are in alliance with the workers, because we want to change the ownership at the point of production. That is why Comrade Chris Hani had indicated that we do not care, Tina, about this jubilation by the bourgeoisie. Because when we take power, the masses will have their economy in their hands. The jubilation of the bourgeoisie, as Comrade Hani indicated, is but temporary. We will take power in this country. There will be socialism in this country. The people will rise against the owners of the means of production and transfer the wealth to themselves. Otherwise, without tackling these fundamentals, comrades, whatever we are doing, it's an illusion, even when we can do it in the name of the revolution. Because this is the fundamental task of the revolution. When the African National Congress was established in 1912, its first main task, to unite the Africans to take back the land. 2 missions. Let's continue with this mission. We need, therefore, comrades, going forward, to guarantee, in the meantime, under bourgeois democracy, Papa, action. Go it's a monagare, ababina pina in a can need it, next time in public. But when we will, Carleva, Mama Buja Sevar Tella Joal. Arangazela, Mapunabla Lucrisan. I was Angazel. I asked Telela. Now they have realized that we are toothless. Now we need to take back political power. Wawana Mokhauting, we carry power. Drive political power, take responsibility, take political leadership, political decisions. Don't be afraid, the masses are with you. That's why they gave you this power. If you can use this power, leave office. Majoro, this is my area. I can tell you, in my street, rubbish is like this. The last 6 months not collected. I can give you street. Ngake Nkuma, the street in Togoza. Mukwera, Enyende. They are like this. And many other streets and many other parts of the township in this region. Our people have been neglected. Now take charge. Give us basic services in our community. Our people do not expect too much. They need these basics. Let them go to them. Comrades, let me also indicate that we should also deal with problems of misgovernance in our revolution, particularly in municipalities, but across all the government system. And we should refocus the role of political power so that it can be meaningful to the masses. At the same time, we have seen that the state has now been used as a blunt instrument to oppose the needs of the people. Austimpo, for instance, have spoken at length about one section in this regard, in which, for instance, the judiciary, in its application of its work, can make us become helpless. And we live and see how our revolution is deviating and we could do nothing. We want to indicate that this and others, including corruption and self-serving interests of the so-called political class, petty politicians who parade as revolutionaries, serving their factional interests and party political interests before whatever is left trickles down to the masses, must be dealt with urgently by the masses. We equally need to work hard to rebuild our weakened character of our liberation struggle and our revolution, to build its ethical strength and morality so that it can rekindle the moral force of power and of our example, and the power of example itself. We are living in a very precarious world environment, a very difficult situation under which the global bourgeoisie, led by the United States and Europe, control the global capitalist economy, which have now even renounced the rules they've set for themselves. They do not follow any rules, but they want us to comply with their own rules that they do not follow. We must assert our own national independence. Commander Chris died fighting for national independence. He did not die fighting for us to go and negotiate our independence. We should not negotiate our independence with anybody. We negotiate that only with South Africans. But if South Africans work with imperialist forces to weaken our independence, we should stop that negotiations. And therefore, in this precarious environment that we live in, we have seen, for instance, that the world is on the brink of a nuclear war, with the escalation of hostilities in various parts of the world, driven by the US imperialism as well as European imperialism, what we call Western imperialism. They have created proxy wars, defining these wars that are fought currently, for instance, the main one in Ukraine. That war is extremely important for the people of the world. Whilst we are calling for peace and for an end to all forms of wars, all these imperialist wars, but let me tell you something important that you must know. The war in Ukraine, led currently on a special military operation by the Russian Federation, is the war to define power relations in the world. Is the war to define interstate relations. Is the war to create a new global order. And therefore that war, it's important that the imperialists do not win. Why do you think all of Europe are sending their military wear and soldiers to go and fight one country through the proxy of Ukraine? It's because the outcome of that battle will change the entire world relations. Because at the moment, the imperialist forces led by the USA are condemning the world to poverty while they are taking all the wealth to themselves. That battle, that war in Ukraine is critical for the working class. It is currently the epicenter of this imperialist war now against Russia. It is in this regard that the Communist Party have also looked into international politics and the shenanigans around international politics and the world order today. Because if first Russia doesn't win that war in Ukraine, the world will regress. There will become reckless chaos. The current disorder will multiply against the working people of the world. It is in this context that the SACP has called and rejected the international instruments like the International Criminal Court of Justice that is controlled by the imperialist forces. We have called on our government to withdraw from the ICC. It is obvious, comrades, the ICC serves imperialist interests, is not the instrument of the masses. This entity was created to make world powers accountable. Those who were aggressors, those who created genocide, those who started wars. Does any other African country start wars against European countries or any other? They don't have that capacity until when they are coerced by the imperialist forces. It is in this regard that we have said South Africa must withdraw from the ICC. One of the reasons is that of the 52 people that were indicted by the ICC, they've only tried 52 people so far since they were in existence after the setup by the Rome Statute. 52 have been indicted. 48 are Africans.
4 are former Soviet Union leaders, former Russian leaders. Now, tell me, does any other African country apart from that useless country called Morocco that has colonized Western Sahara? Is there any other African country that has colonized another African country? They have not started the wars, like the war started by Europe and the Americans. Today, this ICC cannot call Netanyahu to account about the continued attack of the Palestinian people. They cannot call Tony Blair to account, Bill Clinton, Obama, Bush, to account for their American atrocities and their occupation of Guantanamo Bay in Cuba and of Panama Canal in Panama. They cannot call them to account for the war in Yugoslavia and Iraq, for the death of Muammar Gaddafi, for the removal of President Laurent Gbagbo in Ivory Coast. They think we are fools. And a government that stays in this will itself become foolish. I'm closing, Comrade Chair. Comrades, Amandla! Thank you, comrades. I was taking some water. Let me also say, comrades, we equally reject with the contempt that it deserves the ICC warrant of arrest against President Vladimir Putin of the Russian Federation. We are doing this not because President Putin is a communist, but precisely because of what he stands for today in world politics. He is today the leader of the world alternative with that war in Ukraine. And we will welcome him here in South Africa. The last point, comrade, is to indicate that one of the problems we're facing today here at home and in the world is that as the imperialist forces are causing these wars, they are doing this because of a competition to control the new instruments of production. These new instruments are largely digital and other technologies that are able to create efficient productive machines, what we call in basic language, machines that produces other machines that produces goods and services. In other words, when you see these big machines in mines and others, those countries have got that capability. The war is about that. The Chinese government and the Chinese revolution has advanced ahead of the USA and of Europe by digital technology, by the creation of new instruments of production. That is why today the USA, even before they could have Generation 5, 5th degree technology, China has already developed that. As they were clamoring to have 5th degree technology, China had developed 6th degree technology. That is why now they want to disrupt China's development, and therefore the productive instrument in the hands of the working class and friendly forces and revolutionary forces of the world. They only want them to be in control. They think that their values are our values. We are an independent country, we are an African country, we've got our own values. And our own values must be respected. Therefore, this is not about any other thing, it's just about simple power by these imperialist forces. Comrade Chair, in closing, as we are faced with this multiple crisis of the capitalist system, we want to indicate that South Africa itself is continuing in the crisis of massive policy failures, wherein the working class are made to be part of the problem. This is further exacerbated by a deep neoliberal reform in our country. We as the left forces in our country, and I'm happy, Majoro,
that the political forces have come together. Comrade Dan, I heard you. For as long as the movement has not won elections outright, they have to engage in coalitions. But these coalitions must not be for petty political reasoning. The coalitions must be based on economic development of our communities, on the provision of services of our communities. And the history of that service must be the basis of continuing the coalitions. It cannot be nigga, mina now, nigga, never. It must be about the people. That's the basis of what these coalitions are about. But for us in the Communist Party, we also want to say one of the urgent tasks facing the National Democratic Revolution today, which we characterize as the South African struggle for socialism, is the renewal of our movement, the issue of policy sovereignty of our movement, the feeling of this interregnum process that we have spoken about. In other words, the provision of political leadership across the space. Yabona, I must tell this thing, Comrade Ausdimpo. Aonan 20 na o feta letona le sa tsebe matla le nang le ona. Motho o tshwere political power, ha tsebe o tshwere political power. O tla se o tswile re bana. Ntwela ne le strong yena. To our ministers, please use the political power in your executives. Your executive implement the decisions that are progressive, that takes our country forward. Do not allow this thing that you are made to mark time on the same spot when we are not moving forward. Our revolution must be characterized by the hindmost. I come from the military background. These comrades from Umkhonto weSizwe, some of them have been with them in the camps. Our mission was, we measure the pace of our military contingent, of a military unit of formation, by the hindmost. If our last comrade is injured, that will be the pace of our revolution, of that military contingent. We can't leave him behind or her behind. So in our case, the revolution's pace is measured by the level of inequality and poverty, how we address the problems of the poor. That's the pace in which, in other words, we should function on an emergency as a revolution, permanent emergency, because of the crisis of living in this country. This is the thing, Comrade Mama Action. On the basis of this, now we are people of peace, we communists. But because we are people of peace, we do not want anyone to try us. Because we can also fight. And we know how to fight. Yes, our General Secretary was not just a mere commander. He was a revolutionary commander who was tested in battle against the enemy. That's the reason why Ausdimpo, these racist South Africans, will never forgive the Communist Party, will never forgive the Hani family. Because the taste of defeat in the Wanken Spolilo operation, when they even left their food, and Chris Hani and others enjoyed for the first time proper meal made by South African working class, was when they were running away from the battle. They will never forget that. When they were defeated in the Kwitokwana Valley in Angola, our comrades were in the battle. There's Comrade Soskoye and others. Our special trained team from Cuba, Special Force. They were fighting in the Northern Front when the battle was in the Southern Front, occupying a complete battle line. That's what these people will never, the right-wingers in this country, they will never be at peace with the Communist Party. They know the role of the Communist Party in the liberation war. And we make no apology for fighting for our country. Not at all. Therefore, comrades, we are people of peace as the Communist Party. But we say to our comrades, in the alliance. This is my last page, Comrade Chair, Comrade Nomvula. Yabona, let's start with the question that was raised by Ausdimpo. The question of the living conditions of our military veterans. I can tell you, on no less than 20 times, the Communist Party has placed this question on the national agenda of our movement. The Communist Party. We've placed it on the national agenda. Even when we created this question of a military veterans department, it was led by us. The ANC owns it because they are leading in government. We initiated it as Comrade Ayanda Tlotlo. Yes. At some point, we lost this debate. I had to fight personal war, personal battle with President Zuma for the realization of military veterans within defense. Because we thought with that, we will improve the living conditions of our fighting soldiers. We have placed this question on the table all along. And there are many other issues that we have placed on the table. They are betrayed at the execution point in government. That's what we need to sort out in the alliance. Now, yes, political will out simple. Now going forward, we have said as the Communist Party, this alliance that we honor so much, that we have given our entire life for about. Let me say, our comrades are here from Umkhonto weSizwe. When we joined Umkhonto weSizwe, you renounce all your previous affiliation of the ANC or of the Liberation Forces. You take a new oath under the barrel. In other words, you take military decision to belong, to be an instrument of the people that is exercised through the African National Congress heading the Liberation Forces. We took that oath. We have not betrayed that oath today. Why the conditions of the people, the acceleration of improvement of the living condition is taking so long? Precisely because the liberation movement have become apologists to the racist rulers and those who control our economy. They are so arrogant. And that is why, on the basis of this, we have said the continuation of this alliance in this form, and I'm not using this platform to respond, Comrade Nomvula, I'm just simply indicating that the continuation of this alliance to continue in this form is the improvement of the living conditions of the people of this country as a fundamental basis. We want to account for something we are aware about that we have agreed on, not to account for something that is betrayed in political offices in government that we did not agree to. We did not agree to neoliberal economic discourse. We did not agree to the continuation of domination by big capital in this country when we control legislatures. If we can make laws, appropriate laws, to transform the lives of the people, let's put a referendum. Let's say this is the problem. Let's have a referendum. Let the masses decide. That's where we stand as a Communist Party. On that basis, we have said, going forward, the preferred modality of us continuing in joint elections is the alliance. But it can't be the alliance in this current form. If the alliance is not willing to tackle this question on the table to improve the living conditions of the people on the ground, we will go. We won't subject our name to that. We will be betraying this man. So on that basis, we are saying, we are together as the allies on the basis of a common radical program to transform the lives of our people. That's our main condition, Comrade Nomvula. The rest are insignificant. On this basis, comrades, lastly, we want to indicate that, as Comrade Mzwandile indicated, we have launched a petition. Ausdimpo spoke about this question very well. We have launched, now we are forced to go on an online petition. Because this is part of the reason. How dare, for instance, a revolutionary movement that lost one of its finest sit down, have nothing to do with this matter? We have placed it
on the table of every single minister of justice. We have done everything possible. So there's no respect in the alliance if things continue this way. We say inquest, no inquest. Inquest, no inquest. We have to go on an online petition because now we are prepared to take action against the minister, to take the minister to court if he can't implement this inquest on the basis of online petition. Now we've gathered many thousand signatures. We want you to continue to join these signatures so that when we present them to the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, there could be no dilly-dallying. We want this inquest. We want the truth of who murdered and assassinated our General Secretary. Because, you know, when House Dimpo is talking here, we also understand how ourselves are traumatized by this question. And you can imagine what about her and her family, her children, her grandchildren. When we are in alliance, and we can come here and talk good speeches, give each other platforms, at the same time, we do not act where it matters the most. We want action. I wish in Twen and Kabeta Mona Gauteng, man. That's what I'm going to implement. Our interest, comrade, is to pursue the truth and nothing else. If we get the truth, we will live knowing the truth. It's as simple as that. On the basis of this, comrades, we want to thank once more the municipality for continuing this legacy of Comrade Chris Hani. This is the legacy of the people of South Africa. The right-wingers continue to provoke us. They come here and disrupt this museum. That's part of the problem. Why is it possible that a museum of this nature and magnitude can be disrupted? Majoro, it's precisely because we are not paying respect to those who died for the liberation that we enjoy today. Now, we walk here. It's an annual thing. They explain, Rambau explains eloquently. For sure, this round he explains this thing. You know, when we reach the point, the last point, where we are supposed to inscribe the many comrades who died, and by the way, our comrades, particularly from the SDUs and the rest of the MK units, all the comrades who died in this region, their names must be inscribed there to accompany their commander. Now, this thing is taking years, but because of the manner in which this thing is organized, it's not been properly attended to. That is why I agree, we agree completely as the Communist Party with House Dimpo. We agree on the concept of the museum, Comrade Zizi, so that we can have a proper place protected, not where a vandal can just walk in and destroy the memory of our General Secretary. And we have to respond to these right-wingers. We cannot sit back and not respond when they are provoking us in this manner. Because if we do not, we will not be able to cross this interregnum that I was talking about, this void, this long void. The task, therefore, is to define the content of this interregnum and fill it in with new ideas. I laughed and I liked what I've begun to hear coming out here in Gauteng. I wish, Panyaza, please, don't disappoint us. Lento Itali Legu State of the Nation, State of the Province address was extremely important. Some of us do not take it for granted. I went to study what you said there. And I was like, why did it take us so long? Now that you have arrived, we want results, Baba. We want demonstrable results. And I have great confidence you will succeed. And we want to wish you well in this respect. Because that's what we require to take back the revolution and make sure that these comrades, some of them have got their houses given to them in an area, various parts of the province here, from Umkhonto weSizwe. But they live in poverty.
I can tell you, even the most reactionary countries in the world, I don't even have to mention them by name, but the most reactionary government in the world is known as the imperialist US. It treats its military veterans far better than us, a progressive liberation movement. This cannot be. So it is in this regard that we want to thank you, the municipality, for continuing this legacy of our General Secretary. And to say to all our people, the Communist Party will never let the memory of Chris Hani to die. In other words, for us, Chris Hani will never die. If they thought they killed him, hundreds more Chris Hanis have arisen inside the Communist Party. And there will be many more, yes, many more Chris Hanis coming from within the ranks of the progressive youth movement. And therefore, they cannot kill socialism or communism in this country. Not by right-wing insurgencies, not by counter-revolutionary insurgencies, which has indeed entered our doors. Counter-revolution. It has arrived in this country. And if Commander Chris Hani was alive, Comrade Wotu, we'll be working together to stem against these counter-revolutionary forces that are in our country. There's a simple program that I can tell you, is my last point, that I can tell you about it's a modular program, where they go looking for drugs. What a simplistic, successful program. When you look at the scale of that, you realize this is a real counter-revolution and offensive against the youth of our country that has been used also against the liberation movement and our democracy. So we need our comrades to go back to their trenches. All MK comrades, back to trenches in your communities. Take responsibility, reorganize, remobilize, unite our communities and defend our communities against all criminalities, against drug and substance abuse in our communities, and defend the people as we have defended the people during the most difficult time. This will be carrying out the true legacy of our General Secretary, Commander Chris Hani. May his unfailing living memory live on to inspire more generations of our people. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Chris Hani. Long live. Forward to socialism, forward. Down with capitalism, down. Thank you very much.
Amandla! Amandla! Viva SACP! Viva! Long live our General Secretary, Comrade Mapaila, long live! About only 2 minutes. Amandla! Okay. Amandla! Viva YCL, viva! Malkulu Fasimba, Malkule! Amandla! Comrades, thank you very much. The message is loud and clear from our General Secretary. Thank you very much, Comrade Sol. In simple language, DSG, what the General Secretary is saying, in language yetu, iti, you cannot have the renewal of the ANC without the reconfiguration of the alliance. And you can't reconfigure the alliance without the renewal of the ANC. These two things must go together. Angeke uyenze yodwa ungayenzanga enye, so that we are able to move forward as a renewed alliance at the end of the day. That's the takeaway from our General Secretary. Also, I think, comrades, it's important to thank SACP. Without the SACP coming here every April 10 and also launching campaigns in the name of Comrade to Chris, ngabe kudala samkhohla Comrade to Chris Hani. Without the SACP, siyabonga nobhala. You started this as an organizer in the SACP, and we are still continuing with it as the General Secretary. We want to say thank you very much. Comrades, isikhathi sihambile. Now, we want to move towards closing. I want to call upon the Whip of Council, Alderman Jongizizwe Dlabati, to come and give us a word of thank you to all of us. Ngoba yilo mkhandlu okuyiwona obusikamele. Alderman. Khona Alderman omncane kodwa. Okay, over to you.
Bishop, yeah. Yeah. No, thank you very much. Bishop. No, thank you very much, Comrade Chair. Okwami nje akukho kuningi. Ukudlulisela amazwi wokubonga egameni lakamasipala wethu iCity of Ekurhuleni. Sithanda nje ukubonga kakhulu to the Hani family as led by the disciplined cadre. Umama wethu umamdimpo Hani, and I think the message was clear from your input. We really appreciate you, Mama, for ever honoring this event. Equally, we want to thank umfundisi wethu uMaphatswe. On the same note, we want to say thanks to the leadership of the African National Congress, as led by our first DSG, Comrade Nomvula Munkonyane. We equally want to express our sincere thanks to the Alliance leadership, in particular the General Secretary of the Communist Party, Comrade Soli, and the President of Cosatu, Comrade Losi. In his absentia, we want to say thank you to the Minister of Arts, Sports and Culture, Comrade Zizi Kotwa, who was representing our government. To our Premier and the Chairperson of the ANC in Gauteng, Comrade Panyaza, thank you very much for honoring this event. To the collective leadership of the City of Ekurhuleni and the entire councillors representing different political parties in council, we also want to thank you. Former Mayor and currently the Speaker of Gauteng Legislature, Umama wethu Mamtombi, thank you very much for gracing this commemoration. To our international guests, in particular Cuba, China, Vietnam, and our friends from Palestine, thank you very much for being part of this event. We equally want to thank our officials who were at the forefront of coordinating yet another successful commemoration of Comrade Chris Hani. Most importantly, we want to say thank you to the membership and the entire leadership of the ANC, the SACP, Cosatu, Sanko, MK Liberation, war veterans, as well as the PYA. Not to forget our choir, EMPD, that is always here for us as and when we have these different activities. And lastly, I want to thank the Speaker. It was your maiden Chris Hani commemoration. And thank you very much for steering the program. And Chairperson, Comrade Blade. I have been requested, and I'm not sure if the speaker was briefed about this, the Chris Hani lecture, which is going to take place on Saturday at Kempton Park Civic Center, 11 o'clock. Oh, Boksburg. Okay, the speaker will correct it. Safe to say that we are all invited to this memorial lecture. Thank you very much on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Alderman. I thought you forgot about me. I was going to loudly thank myself for being this chairperson. On my side, I sign off. I hand over to the speaker. So I sign off on my part. Thank you very much to you, all of you, comrades. Amandla.
Thank you very much. The announcement is that on the 15th of April, this Saturday, at 11 a.m. at the Boksburg Civic Center, we are going to be having our Chris Hani Memorial Lecture to be chaired by Ndade Mek Maharaj. Mehani, as the city of Ekurhuleni, we would like to thank you for allowing us to continuously celebrate the memory of Ndade Hani. To the Hani and Nkobi family, Dr. Ngatane, Reverend Mapatwe, the office of the presidency and all ministers, deputy ministers and members of parliament, to the Premier of Peace, Papa Action, and the Speaker of the Legislature, Meme Hwe, and all MPLs, the People's Mayor, Ndates Vuile, the Whip of Council and all other councillors, leaders of political parties, the SACP and its alliance partners, our international guests, our ambassadors, and all our guests and the people of Ekurhuleni. I would like to thank you for attending our 30th commemoration of the passing of Comrade Chris Hani, and we have now come to the end of our program. Thank you very much. You go well. Thank you.